Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone, banana phone. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone, banana phone. Hello, everybody. I hope your Friday evening, morning, or afternoon, whatever, is going perfectly okay. I'm physically tired, not because of lack of sleep or something, but because I worked my ass out a little bit earlier this morning, quite a bit. And I was actually going to originally try to host a stream on Wednesday of this week and everything. I was all set to go and all that, but some car troubles and me needing to do a shit ton of laundry throughout the day ended up making that impossible. But I didn't see fit to make a little community post about it or anything like that. So yeah, I unfortunately ended up missing out on a day on that. Turns out that there was a pump in my car and everything that ended up going bad on me. And I ended up needing to replace it. So I had to take it to a mechanic and have him look at it, and then order me a part. Then yeah, had to get that taken care of. And since my washer and dryer is like a wall separated from where my room is and everything, it would have made for some very inconvenient background noise to have that thing running constantly throughout the entire stream. So it just didn't work out, I feel. So unfortunately, Wednesday ended up being a bust, which is unfortunate because this is the first week in a good while where I've now got a couple of free days to work with. Today and tomorrow, so I'm going to try to take advantage of both today and tomorrow to try to get some content out now. And I'm hoping that in the next few weeks here, my work schedule is going to start lining up a bit because we just hired somebody new at my day job. So hopefully, my bosses and everything are going to start dividing everybody's hours around a bit more. So it'll be less hectic for me and I'll have a bit more free time like I used to, which would be great for both my sanity's sake and my ability to actually do anything else outside of my day job. So fingers crossed on that hopefully some positive changes on that front will be coming soon. So with all that being said, Steins Gate. Now, if memory serves, Kurisu has just shown up in my lab and has taken a very keen interest in my bananas. I'm not sure how to feel about that. Also, I am in the process of taking some, getting some notes started on the game here. Help me try keep track of some on some details in regards to the information that's being presented to me, and I've gotten some info on John Titor's most recent posts, all written down and everything, but I haven't actually taken the time to go back yet and go over the press conference with Kurisu, where she ended up explaining some of the different theories of time travel and whatnot with Rintaro. Fortunately, I don't have a good excuse for that. I've just been neglecting to go back and check on that. mainly because by the time I get home and everything from work and all that, I just been wanting to do nothing but crash out and just relax. And again, I don't think it's necessarily a good excuse because it's not hard for me to just load up the stream from part 3 or was it 2 or whatever, and then just spend maybe an hour going over the whole conference and then just making notes as necessary. It's really not hard. It's really not a hard thing to do. I've just been lazy. Monius, welcome to the stream. I smell science in the air. It smells like banana and Dr. Pepper. Well, I've yet to see any Dr. Pepper show up anywhere in this story, but I definitely am in the mood for some bananas. The edible kind, of course. Not the kind that is gooey. Anyway, I hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you.
このバナナのことと、それとそっちの。
Well, what happened to the banana, my dear, is we microwaved it. Kurisu glances at the phone wave, name subject to change.
電子レンジのこと。
Yes, it is indeed a microwave thing.
トップシークレットだ。あえて部外者の前に一つだけ教えてやれるとするなら、こいつの名前は電話レンジカッコ仮だということぐらいだ。
カッコ仮？何それ？
It's a prototype.
名前はまだ仮なのだ。
名前なんてどうでもいい。
だが、名前以外は教えることはできないぞ。
でもさ、オカリン、マキセ氏ならこのヘンテコ機能について解明してくれるかもよ。
Technically reverse microwaved or something. Well, yeah, I mean, in the most simplest terms, that is indeed what happened.
それは。
She is a genius. She would have to be able to defeat my sharp wit. We can trust her intellect at least. But it's hard to stomach her attitude. What about your attitude? You stomach that one just fine. Why not change your diet a bit? Plus, she has danger written on her face. Not to mention, she's a little scary too. Suddenly, I have a great idea. Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
ニヤニヤしちゃって。また何か変態チックなこと考えてる？
クリスティーナと言ったか、貴様。
誰がクリスティーナだ？一言も言っとらんわ。
I got mail! Hey, hello, Mayuri. I don't think so. I haven't heard anything about them since before the big earth. Oh yeah, that's right. I asked her about the Jero Froggies. That's right. I haven't heard anything about them since before the big earthquake in Shibuya last year. And even then, even if I found one, Mayushi has no money. Wow, Mayushi's got some serious problems, don't he? Anyway, speaking of the frogs and everything, I've recently been fed a couple of videos in my on my personal YouTube account relating to Alex F's Crazy Frog. And now that stupid fucking song is stuck in my head again. I haven't heard that damn thing in literal years, and then now all of a sudden I get recommended something here that apparently had the song in there, and now that I've heard it, it's stuck in my head. It's like having a little bird that just nests in there and it just doesn't want to leave, and I hate it. Okay, although now that I think about it, the whole thing with the Jero Froggy thing back in Chaos Head and all that was you had these porter guys here that had these big little backpack thingies on them that emitted a certain kind of radio frequencies or whatever, using the Jero Froggies as amplifiers / transmitters in order to amplify that radio signal and effectively brainwash the populace and make their emotions run wild. At least I think that's generally what happened, if memory serves. But could you imagine, though, if rather than just some weird little droning humming noise like we heard in that game, it was just the Crazy Frog song instead? An orgy of violence in Shibuya takes place, and it's because everybody is hearing the Crazy Frog song. And hey, it fit! The damn frog was a transmitter. Or an amplifier, rather. Why the hell not? If I was a mad genius that was trying to cause pandemonium using radio waves and whatnot, why the hell not get a little bit creative with it, you know? I miss call services where you can send an SMS and install new media and games. Not the ones that subscribe you to subscriptions without you knowing. I hate that so freaking much. You have to constantly babysit your devices and whatnot that does that here, and it's just so fucking annoying. Fortunately, my phone has stopped doing that after a while. I guess the latest version of Android on my phone, on my particular model and all that here, has basically disabled that thing to where it will now only install things on there only if you click on a certain little notification that it gives you like every once in a while, like, hey, check out this new game that we got for you and all that. No more unwanted bloatware just taking up space on my phone and just slowing everything down and preventing me from being able to use that space for taking pictures or what have you. I just wish that every freaking little computer device here that I have here, whether it be a desktop computer or anything you can think of here, would do the same fucking thing. Looking at you, Windows! I had to just do a lot of deep diving customization on my Windows installation, all that, just to uninstall and just prevent a lot of that crap. And in addition to disabling live tiles and other little things that just takes up that just constantly eats up system resources and RAM. And even then, I know for a fact here there is still some stuff happening with Windows 10 in the background and whatnot that is still acting as a bit of a drain for certain resources, which is why when I inevitably have to get rid of Windows 10 and move on to another operating system, I'm just gonna probably install some kind of Linux distro. Like there was this new, relatively new one that came out not too long ago that caught my attention. Let me see. What was it called? It's not Rintaro. I have it in my search thing here somewhere. Where is it? Give me just a second. Bazite. Yeah, Bazite. Bazite is apparently a fork of SteamOS, which Valve created for the Steam Deck and everything, and Steam Big Picture mode, and I've heard some really good things about it so far. Apparently it's really highly optimized, is good at managing system resources in a way to where it optimizes games across the board, but it doesn't do a bunch of background crap that just acts as a drain. So everything just performs better across the board in general. And on top of that, Bazite's got a bunch of unique customizations and optimizations to it, even compared to SteamOS, that apparently makes it run even more efficiently in a lot of cases than something like SteamOS. So at some point, I think I'm going to just take one of my computers, do a Bazite installation on it, and try it out and see if I like it or not. And if I do, then I will at the very least have one solid option that I can move to after Windows 10 with my main gaming computers. Because like I said, sooner or later I have to get rid of Windows 10 eventually, because they're gonna drop support even with the extended security package that they're offering private users right now, which is only gonna last a year. And even then, I'm probably gonna have to get rid of it sooner than that, even because NVIDIA is apparently going to refuse to give any more driver updates if you're using a Windows 10 operating system come next year. So even if I got the extended security package, it's still gonna end up causing problems for me, because gaming is a lot of what I'll do on my computers. And not just for the YouTube side of things either, so just... I fucking hate tech companies, okay? That is a whole nother thing I could go into a tirade about, but I really shouldn't. At least right now. We'd be here all day. Gonko, welcome to the stream. Skibbity Toilet, but unironically, about the Crazy Frog song I mentioned earlier. Yeah, pretty much. Although I would argue that Crazy Frog is more preferable to listen to than Skibbity Toilet, in my opinion. Modern big tech is the real conspiracy. No Nozomi needed. Or what? Or whatever. What was the thing that John Titor mentioned? Hold on. Let me. Yeah, John Titor mentioned. Oh, there's apparently there's CERN. Yeah, CERN. Yeah, no Nozomi or CERN or any of that crap needed here. Microsoft is the real enemy. And Apple. Christina! When they removed the headphone jack is when they decided to become evil, IMO. Wait, are you talking about... Samsung right now? Because I know for a fact they definitely has been doing that recently with more of their flagship and mid-tier phones. Which is why which is one reason why I'm mostly sticking to more budget-friendly phones. Because number one, I don't really use my phones for anything heavy as far as tasks go. I just mainly use it. Like the most I do with it is I just watch YouTube videos and do basic web browsing and taking notes and stuff like that. You don't really need a super expensive phone to do simple stuff like that. But yeah, just the headphone jack situation, again, don't get me started on that one either. That is yet another thing I could also go into a tirade about. Oh, and the samey designs. Yeah, they're like cars in that regard. Anyway, we got a new tip. Singularity. In astrophysics, a point of infinite gravity. And if we're talking about artificial intelligence, it's basically also that point to where the AI basically, in the simplest way I can put it, becomes self-aware, and it starts to evolve to a point to where it becomes impossible to control the rate and direction of its evolution. So think of a self-evolving AI here, where you feed it a bunch of information and algorithms and training modules and things of that nature in order to expand its capabilities. But at some point, it starts to make adjustments and improvements to its own programming entirely on its own, and the rate at which it and eventually the rate at which it goes ends up becoming so damn fast and so automated to where it'd be virtually impossible for humans to really put a stop to it at that point. It would just snowball into something. Not sure what, but something. And singularities are predicted to exist at the center of black holes. However, since it is impossible to observe the interior of a singularity, the existence of such cannot be proven. In a black hole, the singularity is formed by the gravitational collapse of a dying star. Didn't Kurisu mention singularities during that little press conference thing I mentioned earlier? For example, imagine a star that is over 1 million kilometers in diameter. It's a big-ass space rock. Now imagine that entire star's mass compressed into a space smaller than the period at the end of this sentence. That is a singularity. That is a shit ton of gravity that would be needed in order to compress something like that down. Think of the pain. But everything is on Bluetooth now. Is such an absurd reason. Just wasting more power on something that's not 100% reliable. Well, I forget what. Yeah. The problem with Bluetooth when it comes to getting audio from your device to your headphones or whatever, if you're using like wireless Bluetooth headphones and whatnot, is the signal degrades when traveling in the air to the headphones in question that is receiving the audio signals. You don't really have that. You don't really have that kind of issue when you're using a wired headphones or earbuds or anything like that. There's no audio or signal degradation or anything like that. The audio sounds exactly as it should be, right as it reaches the speakers where your headphones or your earbuds are. But unfortunately, with wireless ones, you get all kinds of potential vectors that could interfere with that signal, and thus degrade the actual sound that you're supposed to be hearing. And I know there's like one or two other things about here that I'm just not remembering clearly right now, that also a bunch of audio files could tell you about here that make wireless earbuds or earphones less than ideal when it comes to actually listening to any kind of audio with any reliable clarity. But yeah, I would look into that personally, because again, I can't remember the exact specifics, because I've only heard about this recently as what, 7 or 8 months ago or something like that, and it was a one-off thing too. So it's just I can't for the life of me reliably remember what was actually said. And basically making more EMF emissions. I feel this fatigue, people say, and so I'm glad there's a weird option for this annoying adapter. You're talking about the adapters that have the little headphone jack attached to the end of a very short USB-C or lightning cable, right? Yeah, I'm not dealing with that shit, I'm sorry. Just because the problem with those is the problem with that is like if you end up hitting the adapter against something that when it's attached into the USB-C port or the lightning port of your phone and whatever, with enough force to where it ends up breaking that port in question, well, guess fucking what? You're not going to be able to charge your phone. And on top of that, it's just another little thing that just sticks out, and gives you enough yeah, just if you're going to be using anything in your phone that's already sticking out here, the wired earbuds or headphones is already enough of a potential little factor that you already got to worry about here. But at least with regular earbuds or a headphone jack, the actual port that goes into the headphone jack doesn't actually stick out that much. It's like what? A single centimeter or something on length on average for the actual little connector pin. So as long as you aren't walking or moving too closely to a wall or any other little thing where, you know, if you have your phone out, you don't have it in a pocket or what have you, it's a lot less likely to end up hitting anything that could end up damaging it. But with the adapters that you stick into a USB-C or lightning port or whatever, I usually see those things as being like at least 3.5 centimeters in length, and that's before you stick your earbuds into the thing where the headphone jack is. So that's a lot more. So that's a lot more of a device that is sticking out that you got to account for. I miss flip phones. This game gives me nostalgia about them. I had one flip phone at one point in my entire life. The other ones I had here, usually the phones I had here before I started using smartphones, were the ones that had the little keyboards that you could slide out and text with. I liked those phones a lot because I was really fast at texting back then. If your phone closes and opens vertically, it's automatically 120% cooler. Well, won't argue with you about that. Anyway, I'm sorry, Kurisu. I'll stop yapping now. For now. Christina sounds like the name of a Hollywood film star. It definitely has more flavor than her real name.
このレンジの秘密を教えてほしければ、俺と取引してもらおうか。
Boy, you just ended up confessing to her that your device is a microwave. You're not really good at keeping top secret information top secret.
何よ。
まず一つ、貴様にはラボメンとなってもらう。
Lab mem. Tip, 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 tip. Okay, we want new. Or unread, rather. Wait, I didn't read this? In Japanese, please. A teasing phrase used in online message boards to tell an incomprehensible poster to please post comprehensibly. And Chevy, a fictional, an American automobile brand. Literally, the only difference between this and the actual Chevy brand is the Y is replaced with an I. It barely manages to avoid copyright. And that's just yet another thing I could also go into a tangent about, is just fictional anything, whether it be a game or a book or whatever, mentioning real life brands. Like, think your from soda brands like your Coca-Colas or your Pepsis or your Dr. Peppers, to even the names of guns like Glocks and things like that. Apparently, you know, and depending on what you're doing, you gotta be mindful of even just using the real names of things like that here, less any of these companies or manufacturers that have these items that uses those names decide they want to try to sue you for using their brand items or whatever without any legal permission or what have you. And I think that's just dumb. But it also, I mean, yeah, it explains why there are a lot of games I played and all that growing up here had a bunch of gun names and whatnot that had some very generic and dumb-sounding names. Even if you were to look at the images of the guns in question, it's pretty damn obvious what it's actually based on. But still, I hate copyright. It needs to be updated. So, where is Labmen? Lab. Oh, it's not a tip. Never mind. It's not a tip.
ラボメンだバカ者。ラボラトリーメンバー。
研究所のメンバーに迎えてくれるっていうこと？でも私、8月中にアメリカに帰る予定なんですけど。
他者に秘密を漏らさないという誓約書を書いてもらうさ。もし破ったら、貴様がむっつりスケベの変態だとサイエンス誌に告発する。
Yeah, I'm sure they'll believe you.
鬼畜だなオカリン。そのサイエンス発売されたら5冊買う。
ラボメンとなった暁には帰国するまでゲストとしてその頭脳を我がラボのために役立ててもらって結構だ。
偉そうに。詳しく契約書を見せて。
そんなものはない。ここはサークルであって会社ではないのだ。
Then what's she supposed to sign then?
知識を提供するだけなら OK です。ただし他に変態的なオプション契約があるなら答えはノーよ。
取って食ったりしないから安心しろ。
セクハラはする気？
しないっつの。
Yeah, we'll see about that.
さっきあなたまず一つって言いましたよね。二つ目があるんでしょ？それが変態的要求の可能性が。
Well, here's condition number 2. Do you like bananas?
二つ目の条件はこの俺が貴様に対して行ったセクハラ一歩手前の行為について全て不問にすることだ。
オカリンちっちゃい。人としての器がちっちゃいっす。そこに痺れる憧れる。
I see. So you admire pettiness. Well, if you want a good example of pettiness, I could introduce you to a couple people I know. Anyway, so we got red text. So this is a tip. Yeah, okay. That's why we love you. Short for the full quote, that's why we love you. That's why we admire you. A quotation from the popular manga, Juju's Bizarre Adventures. JoJo's again, huh? Used to express awe at someone's capabilities. Often used sarcastically in reference to negative character traits such as pettiness. Okay, so you were being sarcastic.
ダルに言われたくない。ちなみに、ダルのセクハラ行為はこの件に含まれない。そっちは二人で話し合え。
なんだとこら、ふざけるな。
Love Kurisu and loved VA of Kurisu. Remember Ayumi from Corpse... It's the same wait. It's Ayumi's voice? It's Ayumi's voice actor? From Corpse Party?
こちらからの要求は以上だ。この2点を飲めないのなら、今すぐお引き取り願おう。
Speak, woman! Let me hear your voice!
さあどうする？悪くない取引だと思うがな。
あんたにとってでしょ。
Kurisu puts her fingers to her brow and shakes her head in an exaggerated gesture.
まったくノルアドレナリンが過剰分泌されてる気分よ。開いた口が塞がらないわ。
Oh my sweet Jesus, it is her, isn't it? No! No! I thought I was free! Just when I thought I was rid of Ayumi, she comes back! God, why? Okay, I'm being dramatic here, but seriously. You would think with the amount of time I've spent with Corpse Party, I'd be able to recognize the VA's voice and everything, given how memorable that whole series is from start to finish. If you're someone like me that's pretty much played every single major release that's been released. Maybe it's just been long enough here to where I haven't heard her VA and to where I couldn't quite remember it, which thank God in that case, because now I wouldn't have to think about Ayumi. But now that I hear her voice again, it's all coming back to me. All the headaches and trauma and unintentional hilarity that Ayumi ended up subjecting me to throughout the entirety of my time on Corpse Party. Especially in Blood Drive, where I would argue, depending on how you want to look at, she was at her worst or her best. I wonder when they're actually going to end up releasing Darkness Distortion. They've already delayed it like, what, 2 times now? So, noradrenaline, a neurotransmitter secreted in the brain. The correct term is norepinephrine, secreted when in an excited emotional state. Oh, that must be what my brain's on right now. Just prepare for good VA, lol. I mean, hey, to be fair, I found Ayumi, the character, to be annoying as hell, but the VA's voice work for her, it was good, for sure. They probably don't pay her enough. Corpse Party X Higurashi crossover went... No! Oh, shit. Actually, I wonder, how would the main characters from Higurashi deal with something like Corpse Party? That could be interesting.
貴様が顎関節症になろうとしたことではない。要求を飲むか飲まないか。さあ答えろクリスティーナ。
だからティーナってつけるな。私はクリス。
Kurisu looks up at the ceiling to calm herself down. Does everyone in America make such exaggerated gestures? Yes! Because we like doing everything big and heavy. For God's sakes, that's Texas's particular shtick and specifically. Sooner or later, she'll say, damn, or oh my god, or motherfucker.
OK 取引する
Sorry, Christina. Welcome to the Chuni world.
いい返事だ。今この瞬間、君はラボ面ナンバー004となった。歓迎しよう、クリスティーナ。いや、ザ・ゾンビよ。
Welcome to hell.
どっちも間違ってるからちゃんと呼べ法王院。
We spend a minute staring each other down. You're not gonna win, Rintaro. Just stop now. I can tell she's got experience with this kind of thing. Kurisu's the first to look away. I guess I spoke too soon. She does so in a way that says, good grief.
子供ですね。
何か言ったか？天才変態少女。
ああもう以後変態禁止。私もあんたのこと変態扱いしないからもう許して。
わかればいいのだ。では本題に入ろう。ダルよ、クリスティーナに。
ティーナも禁止。
クリス君にこれまでに我々が行った実験について説明してやりたまえ。
だが断る。
Lazy ass. No wonder you're so fat. But I refuse. A quotation from the popular manga Juju's Bizarre Adventures. On the internet, it's used frequently as a cool way to turn someone down. We need Kishinuma here. We need Kishinuma in general everywhere. Let's be honest. Life is always better with Kishinuma. In the end, I'm the one who has to explain. Blackmail and being obnoxious always works. Well, I don't do blackmail, but when it comes to being obnoxious, I can definitely give some people a run for their money in that department, I feel. If I'm being honest with myself. Along the way, I also relate the tale of my heroic deeds, which enrages Kurisu, of course, but I finally tell her everything about the bananas and the phone wave, name subject to change. Kurisu doesn't ask any questions. She's quick to understand, as expected of a genius.
やっぱり興味深いわ。
貴様の見解を聞こ
少なくとも電磁波兵器やテレポートだっていうくだらない仮説は捨てるべきですね。
You say electromagnetic weaponry is completely worthless as far as a theory goes, but now that I'm hearing the term out loud again, isn't that exactly what the porter pods in Chaos Head Noah were? How they operated? They were basically electromagnetic weaponry. So try telling that to try telling that to all the people who work at Nozomi. I'm sure they would agree with you. The lady doth protest too much.
もう一度実験してみてもいい？私もこの目で見てみたいの。
Without waiting for our approval, Kurisu plucks an untouched banana and sticks it in the microwave, and starts entering the commands on her phone. It's strange. She's still wearing her usual frown, but I can't shake the feeling that she's really enjoying herself. I can't put my finger on why. Call it a hunch. But I mean, she is a scientist. Why shouldn't she enjoy experimenting? Yeah, I was gonna say.
岡部さんと橋田さんはバナナの方を見てて。
俺に指図しないでもらおうか。俺はマッドサイエンティストの方を。
いいからバナナから目を離さないでください。
Okay, so she's a little snippy. Darwin and I do as we're told and stare at the bananas. Truth be told, we were planning to watch the bananas anyway. After missing it the first time, we're determined to witness what transpired with our own eyes. Yeah, but I mean, given the fact that the first time you did this, the bananas freezed, and the second time you ended up doing it, it ended up turning one of the bananas into jelly before teleporting back onto the hand. Who's to say that the third time around it's going to end up repeating either of those two first results? What if the thing just catches on fire? Or, I don't know, turns into a freaking lobster?
60秒経過。何か変化は？
Banana lobster.
ないな。
Any second now, the jellified banana should reappear on the stem. If it only happens once, we can just call it an accident and be done with it. But if it happens twice, then it's proof that something's actually going on. Well, at the very least, you would be able to prove that however you are setting it up right here and now, you can repeat the results of your experiment, which is definitely a good thing to have if you're trying to, you know, study this thing, which we are. Figure out how it works. Basic scientific methods and all that. Nah, man, banana will turn into a monkey. But wait, monkeys like bananas. So, if this banana turns into a monkey and sees the other bananas that we have yet to experiment with and starts eating them, then would it be committing cannibalism? Bananabalism, as it were? Now there's a philosophical line of thought that we should probably ponder for later. Oh wait, did I just skip some dialogue? Any second now, the jellified banana should reappear on the stem. If it only happens once, we can just call it an accident and be... Oh, okay, I did read this. And then, Kurisu will have to admit that I, the great Hoen Kiyoma, I almost read that as Houdini, the great Houdini Kuyama, have invented humanity's first teleporter. I keep staring at the bananas in anticipation.
100秒。
A few moments after Kurisu's report. You blinked, bitch! Oh! Wow, now we got 2 jellified bananas. 2 jelly fingers! The gel bana suddenly reappears without sound. I guess gel bana is as good a name as any. Now there are 2 of them on the bunch. It happened faster than the blink of an eye.
出てきた。
Okay, so we were able to repeat the exact same outcome of this experiment, rather than have something else happen to it. So, good news, we can definitely repeat the process as this exact process right here. Now, the big question is, where do we go from here? I'm at a loss for words. I just witnessed the unthinkable. Now, hey, wait, now that I think about it, the amount of time that Rintaro puts into the commands using his phone. The first time he did it with the banana, it froze, and didn't he put it in for like what, 60 seconds or something that time? Whereas here, he ends up putting it in for 100 seconds. And with both times here, the results end up being the exact same in between the 2 tests. Well, the 2 tests that we just did just now, not the first one where the banana finger froze. So Does the time in which you set the microwave affect the results of the experiment is what I'm wondering. The phenomenon is clearly teleportation. The microwave timer chimes. Kurisu peeks into the microwave, stumped.
そっちはどうだった？
104秒経過した時に消えちゃった。いきなり。
Wait, you said 104 seconds just now. So, which is it? Is it 100? Is it 100 exactly, or is it 104? She's quite flustered. I don't think many people could remain calm after witnessing such a phenomenon.
やはりテレポートなのだよ。人類史上初のな。
Kurisu quickly calms down. She furrows her brow and crosses her arms, tapping her right foot as she mutters to herself.
瞬間移動なんてそんなのありえるの？
Well, given what we've observed so far, it definitely looks like it to me. The only problem is the banana's molecular structure in of itself changes during the teleportation process, which is why it jellifies like it does. So it is teleportation in the sense to where it's going back to the exact state of where it was before we put it into the phone wave. But the process isn't perfect.
でも実際に移動したし信じられないけど。
Although then again, I guess maybe teleportation may not exactly be the right word to use here, because teleportation is just simply moving a person or an object from one location to another as is. So the banana was torn from the hand before it was put into the phone wave, so it is no longer part of the hand and that was removed from. So even if the phone wave were to teleport it back to the hand, it should not automatically be able to reattach as though it was never detached to begin with. Or to put it another way, it should not restore the hand, the bananas, to the state that it was at originally before we ran the experiment. And yet it tries to do that anyway, but the result isn't perfect, as the banana fingers in question return back in a jellified state, but still attached. But if it was just plain old regular teleportation, then all that would really happen is that the banana finger in question would just move to where the other bananas are, but it wouldn't attach back with them. So I think there might be more to this here than just plain teleportation, is what I'm ultimately trying to get at. Yes, welcome to the stream, Elsai Kanguru. Indeed.
量子テレポートかな。いやいや、あれは量子レベルでの話だし。
Okay, quantum teleportation. Maybe that's what this is? What is it? Quantum teleportation does not refer to actual teleportation. In 2004, Japanese researchers performed the first successful complete quantum leap experiment. Suppose we have twin particles, photons in this case, A and B. Because they are twins, they have the property of symmetry. If one exhibits upspin, the other will exhibit downspin. This means that observing either particle allows one to know the state of the other. This is called entanglement. The state of an elementary particle, photon, cannot be confirmed until observed. For the experiment, we attach data C, the information we want to teleport, to photon A. We are now observing photon AC. based on the property of symmetry, we know that no matter how far away it may be, photon B will change to match, effectively becoming BC. Note that photon B has not yet been observed. Afterward, we send photon AC's information from A's observation equipment to B's observation equipment through standard transmission. Now, observing photon B will change it to photon BC. This process is called quantum teleportation because data C changes position instantly. However, since one step requires using standard data transmission, it is impossible for the information to exceed the speed of light. Finally, photon BC's teleported data C is actually a copy of photon AC's data C, and the whereabouts of the original photon C become unknown. This point is what differentiates quantum teleportation from actual teleportation. So, wait a minute. In that case, then if that's what this is, then what's actually happening here is that when we put the fingers of the bananas into the phone wave and ended up running the experiment, what we effectively ended up doing was just creating a copy of the finger that was attached to the rest of the banana hand originally. Whereas and the finger that we actually put into the microwave, it ends up going somewhere else unknown. Is that what's actually happening here? Am I understanding this right? So we're not necessarily dealing with an object that, so either way, I think at the very least I could understand here, going by what I just read, that what we would be dealing with in this case is not so much an object that has successfully moved from one location to another, but rather a copy had ended up being made, right? I don't think expecting an identical object in a distance has changed according to reference counts as data transfers, since we have to visually confirm that a distant object still behaves the same. Then again, quantum physics is hard for me. Well, I mean, I never really studied quantum physics at all, so a lot of this is just basically hieroglyphics to me.
現実から目を背けるな。その目で見たものが全てだ。
I mean, I think I get the general gist of what I just read here and everything, how data C basically ends up being transported from AC to BC and during the course of the experiment. But that's just with data and everything. So I mean, I think I get the general premise and logic behind how it supposedly works. But what I'm having trouble with is applying my understanding of the experiment I just read about in the tip to what we're seeing here. She gives me a sharp look. Her eyes are like a sniper's, hard and keen.
本当にテレポートなの？結論ありきで考えるのは危険よ。
ならば天才少女よ。今の現象は何だというのだ。
整理しよう。バナナの房や冷凍唐揚げの時はテレポートしなかった。そうよね。
Banana hand, milady. Banana hand, not banana bunch.
例えば、テレポートできるものの大きさに限度があるのかもしれん。
Size limit.
唐揚げってバナナより小さいじゃない。
実験にはいつも同じ唐揚げを使っていた。ワンパック12個入りだ。
Mayuri only buys her favorite, juicy chicken number 1.
そうなると結構な量だよな。
塩は？塩でも実験してみたんでしょ？
We used a handful of table salt on a plate for one experiment. Nothing happened. Why would salt have any kind of impact on this?
お皿が邪魔だったか。
The plate?
もちろん皿なしの状態でもやってみたが変化なしだった。
だったら食塩については一粒一粒を基準とした場合、小さすぎるからダメとか。とっかかりが欲しい。
Looks like our genius girl's fighting a hard battle. She starts pacing the room, looking a little annoyed. Well, if she's having trouble figuring this out, then I guess that makes me feel a bit better. Because I'm having trouble figuring this stuff out myself.
他には電話レンジに関連することで気づいたことある？
電話レンジではなく電話レンジ過去仮だ。
どっちでもいいわよ、そんなの。どうなの？気づいたことあるの？ないの？
Salted bananas. Damn, I gotta try that. You know, at first I was gonna ask why would anyone want to try that, but now that I think about it, I think I kind of now want to try it too. Kurisu's looking at Daru. Looks like she's asking him, not me. True, he should know more about the phone wave, named subject to change, than I do. He's done all the maintenance on it after all.
ああ、そうだ。一度こいつからすごい放電が起きたお。
何？そんな話は初耳だぞ。
オカリンがいない時だったからな。
Seems like something you should have informed me about, I'd feel.
放電ってどの程度？
この開発室が蛍光灯で照らされたように明るくなったんだよ。それが2秒くらい続いたかな。
So a pretty big discharge then.
どういう状況で起きたの？
こいつに繋いでる携帯の調整、専用のものを外して代わりに自分の携帯を接続して、そしたらしばらくしてビリビリ。
So the electrical output from the phone that was attached to the phone wave had this kind of impact on it, is what you're saying, right? So maybe the reason for that is because the output is because the different models of phones that were attached to the phone wave had different levels of electrical output. Probably because of the exact make of the models and how they're manufactured. Something, or maybe it's battery voltage or something to that effect. Something on the hardware level that impacts the actual voltage the phone puts out. At least I think that's what this is.
それはいつのことだ？
昨日の昼だよ。オカリンがドクター中町の発表会を見に行った時。
ドクター中町。
That's right. I went to see Dr. Nakabachi's conference yesterday. Come to think of it, he stole his time travel theory from John Titor. Maybe the current John Titor is actually Nakabachi. Wouldn't that be something?
だが待て。ダルよ。お前は言ったはずだぞ。ドクター中町の発表会は中止になったと。
そう、その時。でもオカリンは中止にもかかわらずマユシと一緒に出かけて行ったろう。
No, I don't remember that. After all, Nakabachi's presentation wasn't cancelled, the way I remember it. I still don't understand why my memories seem to disagree with everyone else's.
そういえばその時間、俺はダルにメールをした。着信しなかったのか？
You're talking about the email. You're talking about the email that you sent him that he only received in chunks, right?
メールって？
昨日 ATF で見せてくれたメール？
When I nod, Kurisu comes closer.
それって確か私がその発表会で男に刺されて死んだっていう内容だったわよね。
I still can't get Ayumi out of my head every time she speaks. Konkle, you've ruined Kurisu for me. I hope you're happy. You should be ashamed of yourself. 20 lashings for you.
ああ、だが誰の携帯にはなぜか1週間以上前に届いていて。
は？あれってオカリンの嘘じゃないん？でないとタイムスタンプがおかしなことになるじゃん。
俺はいつも真実しか言わん。というか、そこまで言うなら送信履歴を見せてやる。
Oh, wait, what if the phone history has also changed too? I whip out my phone and call up the history. However,
ない。
not a trace of that mail remains. Nah, I'm the opposite. I love it. I'll take the lashings. Well, if you're gonna end up enjoying it anyway, then there really would be no point, so... Maybe I should try just dumping ice water on you or something, I don't know. According to my memory, I think it was about 30 minutes after Dr. Nakamachi's conference. About 10 people, including me, saw Kurisu's body, panicked, and fled Radicon. That's when I sent that mail. But no matter how many times I check, there's no record of it. Well, why would there be? If the entire timeline in the world that we inhabit changed right around the time we sent that mail, it would make sense to me, at least, why the mail itself would also disappear too, because the world and the reality which we currently inhabit now had changed to a version where the conference that led up to us making that email to begin with never occurred. So if the email itself had ended up remaining in spite of everything else in the world around us changing, then, well, what's the term I'm looking for? It's in reference to a person or a thing that manages to survive and maintain itself after a time shift occurs. I know there's a proper name for it, but I can't remember what it is. But the email in that scenario would be that if it actually remained after the timeline changed, but it didn't. So, yeah. It should be there, but it isn't. Ripple proof. Thank you, Amanus. Thank you. Ripple proof. Actually, wait, yeah, I did know that. I did know that term. Well, maybe I thought there was another term for what I was thinking about, but I guess I just end up forgetting that that the ripple proof term that I already knew through another thing, which, because I know I referenced ripple proof before in a previous episode. I don't know. I think I just confused myself. LOL to VA. Means I'll die on the hill for it. Anyway, are you going to try out Zero after this playthrough and maybe a Chaos Child as well? Yeah, that's the thing. I was actually thinking about, per the recommendation of another person, of trying out Steins Gate Zero sometime after this one, because I'm not gonna check out the next science adventure thing right away, because there's other titles that I've been requested to check out here I need to get through first before I think about checking out the next science adventure or whatever game I decide to check out. But I've been getting people who've been giving me who've been recommending that I just check out the direct sequel to Steins Gate, and people that are also recommending that I just simply check out the series in release order. And I think there is merit to both groups of people and their suggestions and what they're saying to me. So right now, as of right now, I'm kind of unsure exactly how I want to approach this. So I need some time to think. I need some time from now until whenever, really. It'll probably be before I actually finish this series, but by the time I'll have my mind made up for sure. But I need some time to think about how exactly I want to approach the series. after I complete Steins Gate, because I mean Steins Gate 0 is definitely something I'm planning on checking out in the future for sure. I just don't know when it'll actually be, because if I tackle the series by release order, then technically I should be playing Chaos Head Choo-Choo first, I think. But while there's no English version of that available right now, so that's why we're doing Steins Gate. But when that does come out, when the fan translation for that is finished, I think I'm going to end up checking that out next. Because I think, well, wait, no. Choo-Choo came out after Steins Gate, didn't it? Well, yeah, well, my point is, whether I decide to check out the series by release order or chronological order, Steins Gate 0 is a title that is definitely on my radar. I just can't tell you for sure right this minute when exactly I'm likely going to be able to cover it. Because it's very possible, depending on what I choose to do, that I might end up checking out another title or two in the Adventure series before I get to 0. So just something to bear in mind. Just like the banana inside the phone wave, name subject to change.
なぜないんだ。俺は確かに送ったぞ。昼の1時前には。
I know where it is. It's in your butt!
あ、まさにその時間だよ、放電現象が起きたのは。いいともが終わる直前だったからな。
Wait, when it happened? That's when the discharge happened. Hold on, let me read what you just said again. Okay, so... according to my memory, I think it was about 30 minutes after Dr. Nakabachi's conference. About 10 people saw the body, and... Hey, get back there, I'm reading. But no, it should be there, but it isn't. Just like the banana inside the phone wave. You could have sworn you sent it just before 1 p.m. And that's when the discharge phenomenon happened. The show you were watching... Oh. Hold on. The discharge happened right as we sent that particular message to Daru. That's when we saw that little CG effect showing the little light bulb little thingies that are attached to the phone wave. They showed us the numbers on them. And it was right around this time that Daru says that the discharge happened as well. Given the fact that we have the phone wave connected to our phones and we can control it remotely, and that is and it's the same exact phone that we used to send that message to begin with. Perhaps what happened was right when we sent that particular message, our phone and the phone wave ended up syncing with each other for those 2 seconds where the discharge phenomenon happened. And it was right when this discharge happened is when the new timeline ended up being created, and we ended up leaving the one we came from originally. That would definitely explain then why we actually saw those same exact light bulb thingies that were attached to the phone wave in question, because again, our phone and it were synced right at that exact moment. Which would then mean, and now that I'm thinking about it now, that the phone wave played some kind of role in changing the timeline? I wonder if what we have on our hands is a prototype time machine. Because if it's a time machine that we're working with, we stuck the banana fingers, the 2 ones that we just ran experiments with, into the phone wave, and we used the phone to try to microwave them in reverse using the negative symbol and everything. And what ended up happening was the banana fingers ended up returning to the banana hands completely attached, as though they were never removed in the first place. Although the fingers themselves returned in a jellified state. But the important thing is that the banana fingers returned to the hands attached, as though they were never removed in the first place. So what if we didn't actually teleport the banana fingers back to the hands in a way to where they reattached, but rather instead what we did was we sent the banana fingers that we put inside the phone wave back in time to where it was still attached to the banana hands. But here's where I'm confused, because if what we ended up doing was transporting the banana fingers back in time to a state where they were still attached to the hands, then how did nothing else in the timeline that we're in right now change the second that we ran that experiment? And we were actually able to see right here for our own eyes the bananas actually returning back to the hands attached, as though nothing happened. I wouldn't think that if that's what happened here, that everybody would end up sharing a ripple-proof example of a ripple-proof memory taking effect right here and now. If what we ended up doing was sending something back in time. Furthermore, if we ended up sending something back in time, then it would not be within our reality anymore. It would be at a period of time before the banana was removed from the hand and placed into the phone wave for the experiment. So it wouldn't physically exist in our world anymore, is what I'm getting at. And yet, it apparently does. Wait a minute. Okay. I'm thinking. The jellified state. Okay, so there is I definitely feel like I'm missing something here, but I'm just spitballing. The jellified state of the fingers. What if the reason they're like this is because of some kind of temporal distortion? Now, my knowledge on temporal distortions is even more limited than everything else that we discussed so far, but I think what I'm ultimately getting at, what I'm trying to get at here is, what if the jellified bananas are not necessarily the same banana fingers that we experimented with just now, but rather it's the bananas from the past, which we're only perceiving in part in our current present timeline here and now. But it's in such a state to where the bananas don't appear as they actually are back during the period of time that we sent them back to. So what we're looking at here in that case would be bananas that are 100 seconds to 104 seconds apart from our current timeline, or backwards in time from our current present. But it's still close enough to where we're able to perceive it in the state that it's in right now. In which case, that would mean that depending on the exact time that we set the phone wave before, with the minus symbol in front and everything, that could potentially affect the amount of time in which the object that we set inside the phone wave would end up going back in time, right? And depending on the amount of time that we adjusted for, it would end up having different temporal distortion effects, if not disappear entirely, maybe. Yeah, I still don't know if I'm even. I don't know if I'm getting close to understanding even half of what's going on here. I'm just spitballing right now, trying to think about what could actually be happening. But I feel like I want to say I'm on the right track, but I honestly don't know. I could be very off base for all I know. Thinking like a real scientist or detective. Well, here's the thing. Scientists and detectives actually have a key trait in common, and that's their desire to investigate something that's right in front of them and figure out why something is or why something is the way that it is. Whether it be examining a potential crime or solving a mystery, like in the case of a detective, or in the case of a scientist, trying to run an experiment and understanding the nature of the experiment in question and seeing whether or not you can replicate it in order to try to understand how the thing in question works. Because both a scientist and a detective ultimately want to try to understand the thing that's right in front of them that they're trying to understand and solve. And I played and I'm definitely somebody who really enjoys mystery and detective stories, or crime shows and stuff like that here, because I like solving mysteries and crimes and other things like that in fictional settings. Back in high school, even, I'm pretty sure I told this story before, at least a couple times. In my sophomore year in high school, we actually had a class where we were actually taught forensic criminal science for one semester, and I actually got to get some firsthand experience messing around with forensic science and doing some mock criminal investigations as part of our study curriculums and stuff like that. And while I was already familiar with a lot of the stuff that we were taught in class here, because I watched a lot of True TV or Court TV back then, as it was called, on cable television back in the day. It was actually pretty fun getting an opportunity to actually use a lot of the tool sets and even some of the basic scientific methods that were implemented in order to help us learn things like how to investigate the difference between hair follicles, or how to get fingerprints off the various things, and using the information that we gleaned from makeshift crime scenes and other things like that in order to piece together a timeline of events in which a particular crime or event occurred, and then from there, and then work on building a narrative from there. So what I'm ultimately trying to get at is, I am somebody that loves to solve problems. I really do. I love trying to think of I love trying to solve logical problems or mystery problems, or any kind of problem that is within my area of expertise that I have any kind of understanding in. You present some kind of issue or mystery to me, I'm gonna do everything I can to try to figure out what it is that's right in front of me. So if no one else cares to know the answer, I at the very least will have an understanding of what that thing is. Have you played Famicom Club Detective? I am familiar with the name, but no, I have not. Having Apothecary Diaries flashbacks, where almost everything ties back to a larger crime. That's how a lot of mysteries. That's how a lot of very complex mystery stories are structured. Is that you're gradually introduced to bits and pieces of a larger crime or a larger conspiracy, but you're introduced to them to where at first it looks like you're looking at a very minor crime that may have occurred. Like, I don't know, maybe one person got murdered or some kind of act of vandalism occurred. But then the deeper you look into it, you realize that it's tied to a whole bunch of other seemingly unrelated events that were occurring within a set period of time. And then once you figure that out, you just start piecing together the series of events and stories that lead to the initial crime that you were investigating. And yeah, just I know I could explain this better. I'm kind of tripping over my words a little bit, but once again, I get a real kick out of solving mysteries. Real passionate about that kind of thing, which is why I definitely enjoy playing a good mystery game or reading a mystery story from time to time, because that trying to figure out what is actually happening or what did happen grabs my attention like nothing else. Liz 25, welcome to the stream. And now I forget what I wanted to post on server. Oh, you mean the Discord server? Did you know of Kane's Jawbone, the most difficult detective puzzle book? I'm surprised how much more sense it makes after you start working through it. I've never heard of that, actually. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, mystery is great. Yep, hold on, seems like I ended up turning on one of my LED candles by accident. I need to shut that off real quick. Give me just a second. Alright, sorry about that. I got a bow staff right next to me that I'm just fiddling around with, and I accidentally ended up knocking the end of it onto one of my LED candles and ended up turning it on because apparently the candle in question is sensitive to any kind of impacts. Maybe it's because it's just old or something. Yeah, I watched the last stream and forgot what I wanted to point out. Well, I mean, hey, maybe it'll come back to you right in the middle of this one. I mean, Lord knows that definitely happens to me a fair amount. Is I end up forgetting something I want to say mid-sentence or what have you, and then it just pops back into your brain unexpectedly, and then you just try to get it out, try to get it come fly out of your mouth before you forget it again, and pray that, you know, you're able to get it out before you forget it again. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes. Inspiration! Edison would be proud. This isn't something you can accomplish with effort. Basically, I'm a genius. Rintaro, if being inspired was all it would take to be classified as a genius, then the entire goddamn human population would be filled to the brim with geniuses. And when everybody's a genius, then no one is. I turned to Daru and Kurisu with a huge grin on my face.
なるほどな。そういうことだったのか。
You missing the phone? You missing the name changes for the phone lady. Oh, right. Now I remember. After leaving for a sec to check. Oh, missing the changes for the phone lady. Oh, you mean, hold on. No, why am I forgetting her name right now? Yeah, again, can you guys tell? I'm bad with names. Kiryuu. Yeah, I'll get everybody's names straight in my head eventually. As bad, it just takes a lot of repetition with me in general when it comes to any names. One of the few aspects of my brain, I will admit, is apparently not as decently hardwired as the others.
何？
ああ、これはオカリンのいつもの癖だからあんま気にしない方がいいよマジで。
黙れ。俺は気づいた。気づいてしまったのだ。
I slapped the top of the phone wave, named subject to change.
俺が送ったメールの不可思議な現象と放電が起きたことにはズバリ何か関係がある。
Well, you're now exactly where I was about 10 minutes ago before I went off on a wholly different tangent.
で？
は？
何か関係があるのは分かった。で、何かって何？
それを調べるのがお前の仕事だ、クリスティーナ。
橋田さん、この人と話すの疲れる。
最初はみんなそうだよ。基本的な対策は真に受けないこと。
俺の言動を全否定するな。
Hey, sometimes the right hand needs to slap the face of the man that it's attached to in order to knock some sense into it, you know? And I feel like you need a slap. Several. Whatever. I'll prove that I'm right. They understand that they're related somehow, same as you. That's not the problem. What they want to know is how. And clearly you don't know how. I don't know how either, I don't know how either, to be fair, but hey. Just... If we can reproduce the electrical discharge phenomenon, it should bring us closer to understanding the timestamp mystery.
誰？放電現象が起きた時の電話レンジカッコ仮の状態を教えろ。
He's taking up the entirety of my screen real estate.
結構無茶な状態にしてたんだよな。自分の携帯を電話レンジにつなげてペケロッパで操作可能かどうかテストしてた。
I disconnect the phone plugged into the phone wave, named subject to change, and replace it with mine. And then I hear the door open in the lounge. Intruder alert!
ただいまー。お腹すいた。
Hey, Mayuri. How does potentially time-displaced bananas sound to you, as far as a snack? Mayuri comes in carrying a convenience store bag. Looks like she's done with work.
唐揚げ食べようっと。ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワン。
How many of those things you got? Can I have a piece? Chicken sounds pretty good right about now.
オカリン、バナナ買っといてくれた？ねえ、オカリン。
When she enters the development room, her eyes go wide.
あれれ？お客さん？
Once she notices Kurisu, Mayuri bows her head with her usual smile.
マユシーです。よろしくね。マキシェです。ラボメンになったみたいです。ほんと？すごい！女の子のラボメンだ。
誰？ペケロッパでどんな操作を？
さっき言った通りメールの着信設定の調整だって。遠隔操作のためのメールを受け取った時のモニタリング用でさ。だから 同時に120秒の冷凍機能を使ってた。
Freezing mode.
PC からでも冷凍機能を起動できるようにしてやんだよね。昨日はそのテストもしてたんだ。
メイリー、ジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンを電話レンジカッコ仮の中へ。
Not the chicken, man! Come on!
みんなも唐揚げ食べる？一個ずつならあげてもいいよ。
Yes! Yes! Gimme! For her usual ditziness, Mayuri puts the chicken inside the microwave. It'd be funnier to rewatch it to remember what dialogue led to name changes, but I posted on general chat name progression. I'll have to check that out. Alele Okashizo. Detective Conan flashbacks. Daru explains what everything on the computer monitor means. Ah, DOS! Doesn't look that different from using DOS. So, any people here in chat here very familiar with using command lines to do anything and everything on a computer? Short for Disk Operating System, an early 16-bit operating system. I enter 120 on the keyboard and strike the enter key. Wait a minute, can I mess with my phone right now? No, apparently not. I was about to try to put the number in on my phone here just to see what would happen, but I guess I can't do that. The phone wave, name subject to change, starts up. Linux users would have a word with you. Why would they have a word with me? I am a Linux user. Kurisu stares hard. Oh wait, I see what you mean. Yeah, because Linux especially depending on the distro, requires a lot of lots of terminal use in the terminal, entering a bunch of command lines and other things of that nature, or just to do things like committing operating system updates, to doing installations of various applications, things of that nature. So yeah, okay, I get it now. I get what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, I actually do use Linux on all my computers that aren't my gaming computers. I got two towers in my room here with me here. The other one I made recently as more of a powerhouse, while the other one I'm playing this on right now is a much older gaming computer that I've had for years. But all my laptops and other devices uses some form of Linux as the operating system. The most recent one I've installed on one of my most recent devices being Pop! OS, which seems to actually be a pretty reasonably stable Linux distro, all things considered. Pretty much the bulk of its updates it's done through its little shop application thing, but yeah, if you need something to do basic computing stuff and all that with, then Pop! OS seems like a pretty good thing. But it's Bazite that I think is the next serious distro. I'm going to do some serious testing with someday in the future, because, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, with the whole Windows 10 thing being discontinued soon, and Nvidia making life even more annoying for people like me who rely on driver updates and whatnot for my games on my computers and all that, it's likely that I'm going to need to. It's likely I'm going to need to sometime soon, before the end of the year is over, put some kind of Windows alternative on my computer before the year is over. Probably around the time October rolls around, because the thing is, I'm not going to deal with Windows 10. Well, not Windows 10, Windows 11 at this point. Given all the shit I know about it and all the problems that thing brings, it's like Windows 10 but on steroids in regards to it being glorified spyware as an operating system, and it's just using a shit ton of system resources it absolutely does not need to use, and installing bloatware without your permission, automatic updates without your consent, and other things of that nature. It's a worse version of Windows 10, and I already hate Windows 10 enough as it is, and I barely tolerated it for as long as I've been using it. But fortunately, a lot of modern Linux distros are starting to find ways to achieve more compatibility with certain Windows applications and things like that I use. So I'm probably just going to fully jump ship to Linux sooner or later across the board with all my computers, and just not deal with Microsoft's crap anymore. And honestly, I kind of look forward to that day, because I really hate Microsoft as a corporation. But yeah, right now I need an operating system that I can use DaVinci Resolve in, and fortunately it looks like it is possible to install DaVinci Resolve, the video editor I use on certain Linux distros, and a couple other little things here that I normally use Windows to run, like maybe RPG Maker games, and other things like that. Like, if I can do everything that I could conceivably possibly do on Windows on some kind of Linux distro, which I'm hoping Bazite will be when I decide to finally look into that one, then I'm just going to jump ship to Linux across the board and just say goodbye to Windows for good. But yeah, for now at the very least, every other computer that is not one of my gaming towers does have some version of Linux installed on them. So I do have experience with Linux. Now, it took a lot longer for me to say than I probably reasonably should have, but yeah. I'm a nerd, what can I say? And out comes the rooster, out of the time wave, supposedly. Roosters are mean little sons of bitches. Also serial rapists. Not joking about that one. Look it up if you don't believe me.
これで放電現象が起きた時の条件は再現したはずだな。
どうだったっけ。
そこに突っ立っている助手。
は？私？
他に誰がいるのだ。
いつから私はあんたの助手になった？
Just now.
いいから。俺のメールアドに何かメールを送れ。
If we reproduce the conditions correctly, then she sends something to my phone while it's connected to the phone wave, named subject to change. It should arrive with a timestamp from the past, not the present. Oh. Ducks are bigger ones. Dolphins too. Yeah, as soon as I learned that about ducks, I never looked at ducks again the same way. And I fucking hate the person, and I still hate the person who introduced that little fact to me to this very day. Because before then, ducks were such cute little animals in my eyes, with their waggy little tails and everything. But then I had to learn what the male ducks tend to do during mating season, and all the horrors that follow. And it was like a part of my soul died. Dolphins, though, well, I don't know. I know jack shit about their mating habits. All I know is that they're very intelligent creatures, and may actually have brains that are complex and big enough here to actually have their own language. Their own communicative language. But my assistant, Kurisu, just scowls.
私、あんたのアドレス知らないわよ。
They're still cute. Cute animals. Yeah, cute rapists.
使えない助手だな。
勝手に助手にすんなと言っとろうが。
誰？お前の携帯からメールを。
なんて？
適当でいい。
Although, thinking about it now, if I unironically had to give the title of World's Cutest Rapist to something, I guess a duck would win. So, there's that, I guess.
クリスティーナは変態。これで送れ。
You read word one. Wait, what? Oh. Cute criminals. Yeah, you're right. I read it wrong. Sorry. But I mean, hey, they're engaging in what they are engaging in what would be criminal mischief, to put it very mildly, if they were humans. So I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong still?
変態禁止って言っただろ。
じゃあ間を取ってオカリンは変態で。
Also, dolphins like to get drugged? How? Is there a dolphin equivalent of Walter White swimming around in the deep sea somewhere that I should know about?
この裏切り者め。
Pufferfish. Oh, wait. So they get their... So, instead of cocaine, the dolphins get their drugs through pufferfish. So pufferfish are the drug dealers of the sea. Fascinating. I'm learning something new today.
橋田さん、good job.
Fuck, anything that moves applies to dolphins too. Well, remind me never to get into the water with them when there's a bunch of them lying around, swimming around. Then I don't think my poor buttocks could survive. Kurisu grins and gives Daru a thumbs up. I really don't like this. Sounds like Mayuri has found the results of her latest experiment.
ゲルバナになってるよ。
実験に使わせてもらったの。
これマユシーのなのに。
メール送信するぜ。
マユシーさん、お金は後で払うよ。そこの法務員さんが。
なぜ俺なのだ。
もうどうしていつもマユシーの食べ物で実験するの？
Probably because he wants you to starve to death, because he's an evil son of a bitch. Is the most charitable interpretation I can give.
もしかしてこの唐揚げも実験してるのかな？
そういうことだ。
はいはい。送信するよ。送信ポチッとな。
Mayuri's distress is breaking my fragile little heart. What's left of it. Mayuri slips past me and steps up to the active photon wave, named subject to change. No! Don't stop the experiment! Before anyone can react, she grabs it. Oh shit. She grabs the handle. She's gonna... Oh no. Oh no. But it's too late. Oh shit. Blue-white light fills the room, crackling angrily like the heart of a storm. A violent sparkling sound. Sparking sound. Why did I say sparkling? Nothing is sparkly about this. I grab Mayuri and pull her away from the phone wave, named subject to change.
なんかやばくね?
All right, everybody. I have something very important to say to all you, just in case something happens. If the electricity ends up zapping one of you, your name from hence this point forth shall be Sparky. A thin cloud of smoke fills the room. It smells like something's burning. My eyes are numb from all the flashing light. I tried blinking several times to regain my sight. I can hear Kurisu and Daru coughing.
全員怪我はないか。
なんとか。
Okay, so who got zapped? Who is going to be Sparky?
2秒どころかもっと長い時間放電してなかった？
Mayuri squeezes my upper arm with her slender fingers.
おかえり。何が起きたのかな。
Actually, now that I think about it, since she is the one that opened the damn door and caused the electrical discharge to happen in the first place, and she reacted to the thing like she got zapped. Well, congratulations, Mayuri. Your name is now going to be Sparky from now on. My vision gradually returns. Mayuri looks perplexed.
大丈夫か？やけどとかしてないか？
No, you should have said she looks shocked. Get it?
どこも痛くないから平気だと思うけど。
Looks like covering Mayuri was the right choice. I may be an insane mad scientist, but I still risk life and limb for the safety of my comrades. How generous of you. Also, dolphins like to attack other animals and be cruel for fun and leave them to die without eating them after being done. Cat at least eats its prey. You sure you're not thinking of orcas? Or killer whales, as they're also known? Because I hear they also do. Because I remember coming across a few nature documentaries in my time that showed me that they can be pretty sadistic sons of bitches towards seals. But then again, maybe both things are true. Maybe dolphins and orcas are just sadistic sons of bitches. Nice protectiveness out of Okabe. I know, he does have a heart. I mean, that's why Okabe grabbed her, so she doesn't get shocked. Oh, no, dolphins. Okay. So it is just dolphins. Well, I know for a fact that orcas can be pretty sadistic bastards towards seals. For sure, so there's that. Maybe an orca and a dolphin can be best friends for just that reason alone. The sheer sadism they have towards prey animals. My cat used to leave ripped apart mice at the front door as if trying to demonstrate something. Did your cat ever bring the mice to you in its mouth? Because to my understanding, a cat that brings freshly caught prey to you is basically it to demonstrating its love for you, if memory serves. So if your cat never did anything like that, then maybe your cat never loved you. Okay, actually that wouldn't be something I should laugh over. That's mean to me. I'm sorry. Truly. I gently let Mayuri out of my embrace. Oh, so he wanted to... Okay, so List 25 says to Eminus that he wanted you to eat it. Okay, never mind. I guess your cat did love you, which is good. Because a cat that doesn't love you is just horrible. You just feel the emptiness in your life when you know your cat doesn't love you. Actually, wait, I don't speak from experience. All my cats loved me. Every single one! Phew. Well, that was something. I wiped the sweat off my brow.
ちょっとこれ見て
Kurisu's voice is strained. With my vision finally restored, I take another look around the room. and what I see strikes me speechless. Oh boy! The table broke! The large table in the center of the room is made of thick, solid wood. It can hold about 5 or 6 people without breaking. That's why we placed a phone wave, named subject to change, in the X68000 on it. That table has been split in two, as if by a woodcutter's axe. The computer and other parts connected to the microwave are scattered across the floor. And the microwave itself has broken through the table. Sparky! Look what you did to the phone wave! You made it gain weight! It's literally stuck in the floor.
なんぞこれどうなっていくら電子レンジでも床に穴を開けるほど重くはないっしょ。
放電現象だけじゃこうはならない。それ以外の現象が。
I shake off my surprise. This is no time to be standing with my jaw agape. Hui and Kyoma. Oh, where did I get the "my" from? Seize the moment!
すべて計算通り。
First, some maniacal laughter. He's such a performer. Next, I try to take out my phone and do the usual, but unfortunately, its name is still plugged into the phone wave, name subject to change. Oh, that's why I couldn't mess with the phone earlier, because he attached it to the phone wave. So, when I tried to mess with it earlier, it was just right after he did it, and well, that's what I get for not paying attention. El Sai Kongru. El Sai Kongru! I whisper the words. Words that have no meaning. Words I use simply because they sound cool. These words have meaning because they have no meaning. That's an oxymoron, boy! And you definitely are a moron. After years of repeated use, just speaking them is enough to calm my heart.
マユシの唐揚げがひどいことになってる件について
I'm being ignored. Mayuri stands up and looks inside the phone wave, name subject to change. It's embedded in the floor, but she somehow manages to pry the door open. Holy shit, Sparky's got some arm strength.
あー、黒焦げだ。マユシの唐揚げ。
I pat Mayuri's shoulders to cheer her up.
ジューシー唐揚げナンバー1は偉大な実験の成功のため尊い犠牲となったのだ。冥福を祈ろうではないか。
Yeah, juicy chicken number 1 is not so juicy anymore now, is it?
唐揚げのことはどうでもいい。今は電話レンジに何が起きたのか解析するのが先。
どうでもいいなんてあんまりだよ。クリスティーナちゃん。
Yeah, that's a very, very uncool thing of you to speak ill to dead like this, Christina-chan. Shame on you.
ちょっとそこのほーい、今日はどうしてくれんのよ。マユシーさんが私の名前間違えて覚えてる。
それより換気した方がいいよ。
They have meaning in his heart. Like Mayuri not having to be useful to be part of the lab. Yeah, she's basically...
黙れお前たち。
Well, actually, you know, she doesn't have to be useful in the lab itself, but hey, she could be the lab mascot. I fix everyone with an overpowering stare. This shall be remembered as the moment that the greatest experiment of the century succeeded and brought humanity a step forward in a new direction. These guys have no right to ruin that with their foolish talk. My heart is pounding. I detached my phone from the phone wave, named subject to change. Luckily, it's completely unharmed. How? I open it. It still works. I bring up the list of received mails. New emails should come at the top. However, my heart beats even faster. The topmost email isn't the one Daru sent before the discharge occurred. Oh, you're right. This impossible phenomenon is exactly what I wished for. I look back through my email history, and that is his word, the mascot. Yep. And there, I find it. Holy shit! Well, looks like the moron is actually right. Also, were you going to... Oh, wait. Maybe we only received part of the message, just like how Daru received part of the text message we sent before the time shift occurred. So, what exactly does this say, Daru? Okarin's a prick? Okarin's a pussy? Okarin's a piece of shit? Success. I don't know why, but it was a success. The timestamp proves it. I received this email on July 24th, 5 days ago. This is the same exact thing that happened to my someone saved Kurisu email. Wait. So what if Daru checked his phone right now and then went back to the date in which you actually sent the message? And what if he finds it there? Maybe it actually is on his phone? No, wait. No, wait. We already saw the message. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? A mail sent to the 29th arrived on the 24th. And just now, the truth was revealed to me in a flash of inspiration.
全てがつながった。一連の出来事が意味する唯一無二の答え。
Poopy butt. Well, somebody's a poopy butt, and I'm willing to bet it's Rintaro. And the beginning of Dr. Frankenstein. I don't know. Did Dr. Frankenstein ever at any point mess around with time travel? All I know is that he used electricity to make a zombie.
この電話レンジカッコ仮に隠された機能の真実。それが見えた。直感というより、そう。これは確信。
教えて。なんだっていうの？
I feel my lips twist into a grin. I meet Kurisu's glare head on.
まず最初に言っておこう。大発明のほとんどは何かの研究中に起こる偶然の産物であると。これをセレンディピティという。
脳書きはいい。
How dare she ruin my speech? Oh well, let's get to the point.
メールは過去へと送られた。溶けかけた唐揚げは冷凍状態に戻った。
Oh, that would explain why the chicken was frozen. Okay, and actually, now that I remember it, they did use the chicken for the first experiment, didn't they? Not bananas. Well, Guess I misremembered that little detail.
房からちぎられたバナナは房へと戻った。
まさか。
Kurisu seems to get it now. As expected of my genius assistant.
そのまさかだ。
This is the choice of Steins Gate. He said it! He said the line!
この電話レンジ過去仮はタイムマシンだ。
Time Travel Paranoia, Chapter 1 clear. I got mail. Several mails, actually. Okay, who keeps fingering me? I got a bunch of fingers in here. So, Shining Finger student. Moeka here. Are you a student, Okabe-kun? Are you on summer break? Moeka. Schedule. Are you a day person or a night person? If you'd rather I email you around a certain time, let me know. I want you to reply as soon as you can, but I don't want to be a bother, so let me know, okay? Phone. By the way, I don't like talking on the phone, so please don't call me. Bye-bye. Phone 2. I just remembered I didn't tell you my phone number. That's okay. I'm a lot more comfortable communicating by email anyway. What about you, Okabe-kun? Are you replying to any of these things? Are you still asleep? Rise and shine. Have you talked to the super hacker yet? Oh, I'd like to hear more about John What's-His-Face. I'm super curious. Moeka. Wake up! I'm nocturnal, so I usually don't go to bed until the sun comes up. It's not so bad once you get used to it. Mail me when you wake up, okay? She's real chatty with her fingers, isn't she? So, it's now the 30th. The dawn of a new day. Actually, it's already noon. We didn't sleep at all. Sleep deprivation makes the summer seem all the brighter. Speak for yourself. I forget, okay, Moeka. I mean, you can check his send history. Oh yeah, I can I? Let me check that. Send. Outbox. Yep. Got some here. Looks like that's a no. Rintaro, you can't leave a lady hanging like this. That's rude. I forgot, but are there any way in the world would do to a is there any way in the world you would do to a react video? Okay, so wait. Oh shit. I've been skipping some lines. Whoops. So, okay, so Conkle, are you asking me are you asking me if I'm willing to do react videos? While I wait for you to respond, let me check and see what Chapter 2, Abstractly Wandering Rendezvous. The dawn of a new day. Actually, it's already noon. We didn't sleep at all. Sleep deprivation makes the summer seem all the brighter. I really don't want to go outside, but I'm fed up with the humidity inside the lab. Open a window. I chug a bottle of Dr. P. My stomach protests. Maybe I drink too fast. I'm exhausted. My hands are shaking slightly, and my vision is cloudy. I could pass out if I'm not careful. Maybe I should take a shower. That should stave off exhaustion, if only temporarily. This building has a basic shower room. There's no bath, but it's enough. The lab would be hell without it. It's already hell. What are you talking about? Daru was at his computer, his back turned toward me. His right leg is bouncing impatiently. The room is mostly silent, save for the electrical fans humming and Daru's mouse clicks. Daru doesn't look my way, but he doesn't try to start a conversation. Neither do I. I don't have the energy. Outside is a sunny summer afternoon, but inside the air is stale and empty of life. Yesterday, that shocking experiment convinced me that the phone wave named Subject to Change was also a time machine. Why not just call it the time machine then? If that's what it actually is. You could even keep the name Subject to Change thing here if you want. Time machine, name Subject to Change. But Kurisu didn't seem willing to accept the results. She just started screaming. Now that's a very interesting reaction. So, Ayumi, what do you know about this? And yes, that was intentional on my part. Me calling her Ayumi. I like React videos when they're also like a live analysis and reviews. Yeah, I definitely prefer that too. There are some people I do watch privately and all that here that actually specialize in reacting to stuff like that, where they'll just they'll just pause the thing that they're looking at here and then just offer bits and pieces of commentary, their own thoughts and analyses on it. So yeah, I definitely enjoy that kind of content when the right person is doing it. So if that's what you want to know, Conkle, then well, I'm not against the idea. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure how engaging it would me making such content would be without some kind of physical, not physical or visual representation of myself. I still have yet to get my hands on some bare bones equipment to try my hand out on using a VTuber avatar and that sort of thing, and given my current finances and everything right this minute, I don't know when I'll be able to do that. But I mean, I have thought about just getting myself a VTuber avatars later on at some point, so that way you guys can have a face, so to speak, to attach my voice to. But I just don't know when exactly that's going to end up happening, mainly because I can't afford it right now. On top of that, I need to do a little bit more research on equipment that I probably could afford that would be able to get the job done, because I don't need super expensive stuff, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, but I don't know. Maybe I don't really need a visual representation of myself for that sort of thing, because I mean, all the people that make the kind of React content that you're talking about do, whether they're a VTuber in the case of Leaflet, or Smugalana, or people like that, or in the case of like somebody like Asmongold or what have you, if we're dealing with somebody who's using his actual real appearance whenever he does videos. But if I'm gonna do it that way, I would still prefer to be anonymous. So if I'm gonna have any kind of avatar of myself, it would likely be a VTuber thing for sure. You don't really need a 3D model for a VTuber avatar. You can even use 2D PNGs that swap on voice. Yeah, the PNG tuber thing. Yeah, I'm aware that is also an option. And I could make myself something like that here. I can draw. I can draw a little character or something. But I don't know. Well, I guess I need to think of a design. How would I want to design whatever character I'd be playing as? Like, how do I want to look? If I'm gonna go the route of either a PNG tuber or a VTuber. I could at the very least probably make a concept, try to make a few concept sketches or something, and then go from there. Yeah, I'll have to think about the design side of things here for sure before I start messing around with things. But like I said, whatever it is I decide to do here, I may need to get certain kinds of equipment set up first before I try it. So if I'm going to go the 3D route here, I'm definitely for sure going to need that. But if it's just 2D PNG stuff, I think all I would really need is just some software for that, which my computer should probably definitely be able to handle. So maybe that would be the easy route in that sense. But on the other hand, if you're using like live 2D models, or maybe not live 2D models, but the kind of models that a lot of YouTubers use, where they're not fully 3D, but they can move. You can sync the model's facial expressions and body positions and whatnot to the actual person. It's kind of like a middle ground between the two. That is also something that you could probably do, but you need at the very least a webcam for that. A good webcam, maybe. Again, I don't know for sure just how good of equipment I would need for something like that. And I gotta take budget into account as well. Well, at the very least, it doesn't cost me anything to whip out a sketchbook and just draw something. So maybe I can try getting a few design concepts made in my spare time. Figure something out from there. Because if I'm going to go the 2D route, then I'd rather have the avatar look like something that's drawn in my style. At least that way it'll look visually distinct for sure. Because if I'm going to go the avatar route in general, I need something to make me stand out a little bit. It doesn't have to be anything too extreme, but just something. Then she made a mad dash out of the lab. It was like she couldn't get out of here fast enough. As for Mayuri, she was depressed about her chicken and bananas, so she skipped her daily costume sewing and went home. Well, you starved her, man! Why wouldn't she be depressed? Grudges over food run deep, I guess. If I'm gonna be honest, Sparky doesn't really seem to have a bone in her body that can hold a grudge. She doesn't really strike me as somebody that has it in her to. She doesn't have that in her, I don't think. Which leaves the lab empty, save for Daru and me. When in doubt, research free options. Most money generally just goes to art commissions. Yeah, you are right about that, I think. And if you can make the art yourself, then why not? Something for me to think about. Our enthusiasm shot through the roof when we realized that the phone wave, named Subject to Change, has tremendous hidden potential. We nearly died of excitement after successfully sending an email to the past. So we stayed up all night doing experiments to confirm whether or not the phone wave, named Subject to Change, is indeed a time machine. The results, however... We went to the supermarket and stocked up on a wide variety of items. We tossed each of them into the phone wave, named Subject to Change, but everything failed. No change. Nothing happened. Why is it now not working? Okay, so Sparky opened the phone wave's door right as we were running the experiment, and it ended up changing the molecular structure of the phone wave to where it ended up becoming a lot heavier. Maybe that has something to do with why it's not working now? After the experiment where the discharge phenomenon occurred, everything warmed up normally. No jellification. Suddenly, we couldn't get anything to happen. We still have no idea why. First, let's review the problems revealed by this latest run of experiments. Oh boy, we got a checklist. Yeah, go simple. Wouldn't have to spend much time on it, but up to you. Well, at the very least, I could probably just do something simple starting out. I don't have to go all out. I could just ease my way into it, see how things play out, and if I like it, then yeah, maybe then I can think about potential upgrades down the road, but yeah. Problem number 1. Electrical discharge safety precautions. We removed everything flammable from the development room to reduce the risk of fire. We also prepared 2 fire buckets full of water, just in case. But that's not a fundamental solution. We'll keep an eye out from now on. But if things get dangerous, we should seriously consider relocating our experiments. That would be a good idea, I would argue. Problem 2. Mass increase. When the discharge phenomenon occurs, the phone wave, named Subject to Change, suddenly gains mass for unknown reasons. Because of this, the microwave broke the table and made a dent in the floor. To deal with the issue, we placed the microwave on the floor. We spread cushions and blankets underneath. This hides the hole in the floor, too. Well, be careful not to open the door again when running the experiment, otherwise it might gain even more mass and then it'll fall through the floor, all the way down to the first floor, and God help the poor sap that happens to be right smack underneath where the phone wave is right now if that happens. Might as well... It'd probably be like the equivalent of having an anvil fall on their head. It's only a temporary fix, though. If we make any more holes, Mr. Braun is quite capable of raising my rent. I think, honestly, him raising your rent is probably going to be the absolute bare minimum he will likely do to you if he finds out that you're destroying his property. And that's to say nothing of the calamity he will cause if it falls through the floor. Anyway, we need to find the source of the mass increase. If amateurs like us even can, that is. Well, hey, if we get enough amateurs together in a single room, then maybe our wits together can help us combine. We can combine our wits together to form one professional between all of us. But the first 2 problems pale before the third. This last problem is critical. Until we solve it, we can't even really experiment with the phone wave, named Subject to Change. Problem 3. We're not even sure of the necessary conditions to send emails to the past. That's true. Because from what I remember of the email that we sent to Daru before the time shift occurred, I don't think he really said or did anything to fit that's no different from literally every other email we've seen him sent so far that would have caused that phenomenon to change. And it's not like he contacted the phone wave via the phone either. So yeah, now that I think about it, I have no idea what the conditions for this even are. No matter how many times we tried, we couldn't pin down a single condition. We spent the entire night doing trial and error. We tried over 40 different things, but not once could we reproduce the discharge phenomenon. I had the idea that opening the microwave door was the key. That theory was proven false. There might be something else I'm missing, but for now, we're at an impasse. We started off in high spirits, but grew more and more frustrated as time progressed, which brings us to the present. Honestly, I gave up. That's why I spent the entire morning lazing about like this. Am I getting fingered by Kiryuu again? Stop fingering me, woman. You're messing with the natural... Yep, it is her! You're messing with the natural order! You sleep too much. Yeah, no, my problem is I don't sleep enough. I haven't gotten a reply yet. Are you still asleep? You sleep too much, Okabe-kun. You're living like an old man. Well, I guess I'm not one to talk. LMAO. Anyway, let me know when you have something on the IBN 5100. Pretty please. I've been getting way too many of these since yesterday. They're all from Shining Finger. The woman called Kiryuu Moeka. I never used email this often before. Even Mayuri only sends me 1 or 2 a day, and she's a teenage girl. Frankly, this is starting to get on my nerves. I saw how fast Shining Finger typed. That should have been enough to tip me off that she was a male demon. I was careless. Huh, so I guess I was a male demon in my youth, back when I still had regular phones. Chat. You're watching a demon. Don't sprinkle me with holy water, please. Whatever you do. It's too much of a pain to reply, so I ignore it. I finish off my bottle of Dr. P. My stomach gurgles. Your stomach requires real sustenance! I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. See? Oh. Never mind, it's Mayuri. Oh no! The sad face! Mayushi's spending money is getting dangerously low. You and Daru need to chip in too sometimes. You don't want to get between me and my food. What does this say? You eat too much anyway. Going on a diet before it's too... Have you seen her figure? What are you going on about? Fuck you, man. She's perfectly fine. Don't get angry. Next time I'll treat you to anything you want to eat. So keep buying more bananas for the sake of our experiments. See, at least this gives her the option to actually get the food that she wants, potentially. Whereas this is just, number one, number one, wholly unneeded advice, born from reasoning that is just blatantly untrue. She does not need to be on a diet. So I'm going with spending money. The spending money option. I shall feed you, Mayuri. I promise you. I will not let Sparky starve. Just use something they took a day to draw, then upgrade details over time. Yeah. That's probably how I would go about it if I go through with it at all. Rip phone wave, roll the credits. Yep. Game's over. Time to move on to the next thing. Bro, if I heard Nanami's ringtone again. You mean from Chaos Head? Wouldn't that be something? I call out to Daru, who's hammering on the keyboard.
なあ、サンボに牛丼でも食いに行かないか。
ああ、めんどい。
腹は減ってないのか？
減ったけどさ。
煮え切らない男め。
What is he doing on the computer anyway? Why don't you ask him? I'm curious, so I casually peek over his shoulder. How far do you have to stretch your neck in order to see past his big shoulders? Just out of interest. Oh, looks like a... For a second I thought I was looking at a silo, but... What is this exactly? There's an image of a futuristic looking facility I've never seen before. Richly colored cords crawl through a gigantic octagonal tunnel, like the interior of a spaceship from a sci-fi movie. Based on the height of the people in the picture, the tunnel looks to be more than 10 meters tall. Incidentally, the people don't look Japanese. Daru sighs heartily. I don't know if the blank look in his eyes is from sleepiness, exhaustion, or something's just wrong with him.
ラージハドロンコライダーにはマジ癒されるよな。
The Large Hadron Collider. That what that big thing is?
貴様、今何と言った？
Large hard on collinator. Is that an incantation? No. A secret technique?
ラージハドロンコライダー。
Why would you need a secret technique when you could just pop a pill of Viagra? I grab Daru's relaxed shoulders and wring them out. Well, you're gonna be there a while because there's a lot of shoulder to wring out.
で、何すんだよ。
寝ぼけているのか？
寝ぼけてないよ。
そのラージハドロンコライダーとは何なんだ？
セルンだよ。セルン。その施設の実験装置。略称は LHC。
Oh, so we're looking... Oh, wait, CERN. So we were just looking at CERN tech just now, huh?
マジ燃えるからおぬぬめ。
お前、人でないものにも性欲を。
Well, I have in my time come across at least one anime character in particular that really gets off to the idea of mechs getting it on with each other. She's a funny gal, that one.
ねえよ
Character from an anime, by the way.
見ててワクワクするっつーのニヤニヤできるっつーのそんな感じってあるやん
そういえば少し前は工場や高速道路の高架下がたまらないとか言っていたな。
そうそうあれと一緒
節操がなさすぎる。
2D, 3D, and even inanimate objects.
ジャンル分けして自分で興味の対象を狭める方がもったいなくね
Well, there is one thing you probably should limit. It's your food intake. And yet, you'll do anything to avoid things that don't interest you. Hypocrite.
セルンか。
By the way, if one of the male responses will have 108% in it, choose it. Oh, potential hilarity? I hope that's what it is. That name. I've seen it somewhere, and recently. Where was it again? John Titor's posts, online. Oh, of course.
ジョン・タイター。
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. You put the idea in my head, Conkle. This is your fault.
ああジョン・タイターオカリンが言ってたのって今アットチェンで祭りになってるやつのことだったんだな
それは偽物である可能性もある。俺が言ってるジョン・タイターは10年前に現れた方だ。
10年前にも現れたん同一人物
I had hoped that Dara would remember, but no such luck.
とにかくジョン・タイターがセルンのことについて触れていた。
I don't remember all of it, but there is one thing I'm sure of.
タイターはこんな予言を残した。すなわち2034年までにセルンがタイムマシンを完成させると。
Well, unless we're all CERN employees without any of us knowing it, looks to me like we beat them to the punch. Anyone who knows a minimum about physics knows about the LHC. They did a lot of atomic discoveries there. But remember, this is 2009, where what CERN was doing was still a subject of debates.
おおタイムマシンまさにタイムリーな話題じゃんでもそれって10年
Haha,
前
I
じ
see
ゃな
what
く
you
て
did there.
今のタイターも言ってた気がす
10年前だろうが今だろうがどちらでもいい。それより気にならないか、ダル。この奇妙な符号はシュタインズゲートの選択である可能性が高い。
タイター
You said the thing again.
信頼できるかできないかはどうでもいいのだ。俺たちと奴は今タイムマシンというキーワードでつながっている。そのタイターが言及したセルンについて念のために調べたとしても損にはならないはず。
Vigor returns to my body. Curiosity truly is the greatest delicacy for a mad scientist like me. Anyway, the phone wave, named subject to change, experiment has hit a dead end for now. So it shouldn't matter if I make a little detour for this.
ダル、セルンについて詳しく。
オッケー僕のセルンフォルダが火を吹くぜ
I'll be the judge of what's smoking hot here, big boy. Daro strikes his keys with renewed passion. What do we have here? Most of these look like pictures of that collider machine he was just telling us about. He goes to the My Pictures folder and opens a folder literally called CERN.
セルンは世界最大の素粒子物理学の研究施設だよ。ヨーロッパ素粒子物理学研究所だとか、欧州素粒子原子核研究機構みたいな通称で呼ばれることもある。スイスとフランスの国境近く、ジュネーブ郊外にあってさ、古いところだと HTML や HTTP ワールドワイドウェブを生み出したところってんで有名。
So it created the World Wide Web, huh? I thought the World Wide Web was basically derivative of DARPANET, which is what the U.S. military and other world governments used as a kind of internet-esque prototype here, that they used for private communications among themselves and their facilities and branches. But maybe I'm wrong about that. So, World Wide Web, abbreviated as WWW, also simply called the Web. Well, that's certainly what the UK and a bunch of other companies are trying to do right now. Get rid of the worldwide part. At least that's what I would argue anyway. The standardized document system used on the internet. HTTP, short for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. So that's what that thing means, huh? The communication protocol used to transfer data like HTML between a browser and a web server. And HTML, short for Hypertext Markup Language. A language used to design web page documents. Allows the embedding of images, videos, sound, and hyperlinks. I've messed around with this kind of thing before, I think.
World Wide Web だと。それってインターネットの？
ビンゴ。URL の最初についてるやつ。
CERN invented that? All I know about CERN is what I read in Titor's book. Same. Well, that and what some of you guys watching here have told me in comments. I never knew they were that amazing.
日本じゃそんなに馴染みはないけど、日本の研究チームも現在進行形で参加してたりするのだぜ。
Well, given the nature of their research and the type of equipment they likely have access to, I don't find that particularly surprising. If they're effectively the largest institute for particle research in the world, then it makes sense to me that you're going to have a bunch of people from various countries all working there.
セルンはどんな研究を？
A lot of governments would like the internet to only be restricted to national servers and only have specific services whitelisted. Yeah, again, I thought that's what DARPANET was. And DARPANET being a project that DARPA, the US thing, made. At least I think so. Again, I'm not too knowledgeable on this particular topic, I will admit. But I'm pretty sure there was some kind of precursor to what we now know as the World Wide Web that was originally a government thing.
基本的には素粒子物理学かな。世界でも唯一セルンしか持ってない超でかい実験装置を持ってるんだ。いわゆる粒子加速器ってやつ。
Still, funny you should say that. Anonymous, because given what a lot of governments around the world right now are trying to do, the UK government, Australia, the EU, that is effectively what they're trying to do. They're trying to heavily restrict who gets access to the internet across the board, and have only very specific things be whitelisted and even then likely only have a bunch of specific sites or services whitelisted only for a very privileged few. So, thinking about it this way, actually, wait, I thought I was going somewhere with that, but I guess not. Never mind. But yeah, that is basically what's going on right now with all the drama that's been going on ever since the UK decided to put the Online Safety Act thing into effect. And the EU has decided to follow suit, although apparently Australia ended up beating both of them to the punch, and it just hasn't gone into effect yet, but it's supposed to for their country by the end of this year. So, if things end up going in the direction that all these governments want to, then we're going to see a lot more regions around the world probably get firewalled, and the World Wide Web more segmented. Think something like China or Korea, where they effectively have their own firewalls for their internet, which most of their citizens are limited to. There are ways to get around them, of course, but these governments, along with other ones, are definitely doing their best to try to get rid of those circumventions however they can. Just look at what the UK is trying to do, just even talking about the idea of getting rid of VPNs, for example.
低速汎用式蓄積リング、陽子シンクロトロンブースター、大型電子陽電子コライダーで、ラスボスは世界最大を誇る LHC ラージハドロンコライダータン。
Tan? Otaku possesses the ability to anthropomorphize in moe form just about anything in the world simply by sticking tan on the end of its name. Ah, so it's kind of like... Actually, no, I don't think that example would work. Never mind. Daru's power encompasses even particle accelerators. So, anthropomorphism. To represent a non-human entity as a humanoid character, typically in illustrations. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be humanoid. They don't have to necessarily be represented as a humanoid character. They just have to have human-esque traits, like traits that would, to most people, make us identify the thing that we're talking to as a person, like, you know, free will, a personality, just being able to have a conversation with them that isn't guided by a bunch of complex binary algorithms and things like that, or predictive models, like what we see with a lot of large language AI models that are floating around right now. We're talking about basically the essence of what makes a person a person. We just project that essence onto inanimate objects, animals, or what have you, and that's anthropomorphism. But look at me arguing semantics. While animals and military hardware are amongst the most common subjects, anything can be anthropomorphized, even abstract concepts, chemical elements, and countries. Yeah, just look at Black Hole Chan, or Corona Chan as she's called. That's a good example right there that immediately comes to mind. Daru doesn't seem to notice my shock. He just brings up the next image.
LHC はセルンの地下にある全長約27キロのサークル状トンネルに設置された粒子加速器なんだよ。陽子同士をそのトンネルで加速させて衝突させることで未知の素粒子反応を起こそうって実験を去年あたりから始めてる。まあ実験開始前はその実験でミニブラックホールが作られちゃうかもって噂もあったな。
I remember Ebola-chan, crazy times. Yeah, Ebola-chan. Oh yeah. Well, if you were to ask me, Ebola-chan was a relatively harmless girl, but for some freaking reason there was just something about her that just made a lot of people around the world lose their collective minds. And I think I know the reason why. Ebola-chan was just too cute. She was too cute. They couldn't handle it. It literally killed them. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, you said Ebola. I thought you were talking about talking about COVID for some reason. Never mind. Never mind.
そのミニブラックホールに地球が飲み込まれる。宇宙がやばいみたいな。
She made people spill blood from her mouth. Oh yeah, Ebola is a nasty virus. It basically liquefies you from the inside out. It's practically a death sentence to the overwhelming majority of people that get it. So, you will never catch me visiting a country where that thing is floating around somewhere out in the open. I'm just saying. Definitely not a way I would want to go. Nowhere near as fun as Snoo Snoo. I'm pretty sure Titor said his time machine used mini black holes. Now that you mention it, I think he... Actually, this... Yeah, I think he said that, yeah. I don't remember if I wrote that particular detail down in my notes, though. Let me check. Should take me just a minute to look. Let me get my laptop out. Well, I already had it out, but, you know, whatever. Okay, here they are. Alright. Let's see what I've got written down here. Well, okay, so I didn't write anything down about mini black holes. I guess it's probably because I didn't think that particular information was relevant to write down. But since we're on the topic of my notes, I have got some stuff written down here that I think it is actually worth going over. So let me start from the top. John Titor. This is what, what I got here. What I got here is LibreOffice writer page where I got basically a Word document set up, and I'm gradually adding information about various topics that might be worth keeping in the back of my mind as I go along. And right now, I've only got a section for John Titor. I still need to go back to Kurisu's lecture about the different theories for time travel and the mechanics behind how that stuff works. I still need to go back and make some TLDR notes on those, and then compare them to what I've written about John Titor so far. But for those of you who are interested in what I got on John Titor so far, let me take a minute to read it out to you. The Killer World, welcome to the stream. I think the CERN black hole thing was real, right? Yeah, apparently it was, which is pretty wild. But anyway, John Titor. So he first appeared 10 years ago on American internet boards, but now he has appeared on August 28th of the second timeline that we're currently on. So that's now 2 days ago. John Titor's claims about their time machine. Part 1. As shown in the tip about John Titor, he mentions in his final post from 10 years prior to the events of the story, I will be leaving this world line shortly, and this will be my final post. After having spent 4 months on image boards posting images and diagrams of his time machine, which sparked heavy debate online at the time, he disclosed information about near-future events, time travel physics, history interference, the multiverse, timelines, and aforementioned world lines. Part 2. Titor claims the following: that time travel was invented by CERN in 2034, then perfected by them in 2036. CERN has a monopoly on time machines, to where there are absolutely no one outside their purview, from world governments to private citizens, has any. which allows CERN and the one world government that is established by 2036 complete and total domination over humanity, right down to the elimination of all conflict, what food they will eat, where they will live, who they will marry, and with no privacy or choice permitted by its citizens. Which states to me there is a lack of free will in this world. A possible Committee of 300 connection, given this one world government, given this organization's own plans for complete domination or humanity? ? Any who oppose the rule of this one world government are eliminated without trial. Titor aims to travel back in time to prevent CERN's dystopia from forming. Their time machine was a reverse-engineered prototype that was made by a third party that has limited functionality compared to time machines CERN in 2036 has in their possession. John Titor, in the most recent post he's made, which would be 2 days ago now on the current calendar, on the 28th, this John Titor does not see the need to provide any evidence of their claims, which is in stark contrast to the openness which they apparently displayed 10 years prior, as noted in the John Titor tip from prologue / part 1, where they went so far as to provide images of their time machine and diagrams. This disparity from their prior demeanor tells me that 1. The John Titor that is talking on the image boards in part 2 is not the same John Titor that was mentioned in the John Titor tip in part 1, or 2. Something happened between the first and second appearances of John Titor that is causing them to be more secretive the second time around. What possibly caused this, I can only guess at this stage. John Titor then proceeds to claim that they are only posting messages in the current timeline only on a whim, and are focused on their mission. Which on further reflection feels strange to me, given the scope of the problem they claim to be tackling. Oh shit! I don't know what happened to my phone there, but sorry about that. Now, where was I? Yeah, John Titor then proceeds to claim that they are only posting messages on the current timeline only on a whim, and are focused on their mission, which on further reflection feels strange to me, given the scope of the problem they claim to be tackling, involving CERN, because posting such information on popular image boards could act as a security risk to Titor, due to the possibility of malicious actors coming across their messages and acting against Titor upon their discovery, whether they be other time travelers working for CERN, or any other malevolent actor that seeks to take advantage of the information being provided by Titor purely on a whim. It's dangerous behavior for them to be engaging in. Reckless, even. Unless they are trying to get a specific person or group's attention by posting messages like these on @channel, then their statement on this makes no sense to me. John Titor then goes on to explain world lines and how they work, which are essentially alternative timelines / universes that are parallel to one another, and are created whenever divergences, actions which cause new world lines to be formed, occur. The severity of the divergencies is dependent on the scale of the events which causes those divergencies in the first place. For example, a single human dying is not likely to have a significant enough impact to create a massive divergence, whereas an event of large-scale destruction is far more likely to have a much greater impact in the divergences that are created. Think something like the third melt from Chaos Head Noah, and what kind of divergence could be created via an event of that scale, or greater. The following day, Titor claims that key components that are required for the invention of a time machine won't be made until CERN invents them in 2034, as making a time machine in the present time is impossible with currently existing technology. And that is effectively what I've got. What I've got so far is in regards to notes of what I have, not just for the game as a whole, but John Titor specifically. He's the only thing I've written about so far. I know that was a decent amount to go over here, but yeah, I feel like the most important thing I've got written down here, and the thing that I noticed in retrospect when I thought about things after completing the last episode, was how different John Titor's behavior is right now compared to the behavior he displayed when he first showed up 10 years prior to the events of the story, as I just read out to you. For pretty much all the reasons I just gave out. So there's something strange here about John Titor's appearance and behavior in the current timeline now. Although what the significance of this is, I can't really tell you at this stage, because I honestly don't know. All I know is that something seems very off here with how they're acting now and how they were acting 10 years ago. Didn't Okabe mention on the chat that Titor's story changed from what they said 10 years ago? Something about the time machine being a car. Did they say that? I don't remember, actually. Huh. Guess that might be another thing I have to go back and take a look at. Well, regardless. One thing I think, yeah, Titor's behavior compared to how they were acting from Rintaro's memory from 10 years ago. I think that is probably the most noteworthy thing that I personally noticed so far about John Titor specifically. Again, there's still some other stuff I need to go back and check, like Kurisu's explanations on time travel, on some of the time travel mechanics and theories that she briefly talked about, and I need to try to compare them to what John Titor in the story here has said and see if I can notice any similarities or even discrepancies. Because the very fact that John Titor is acting the way they're acting right now compared to how they were 10 years ago feels very off to me. And I really want to figure out why they're behaving so differently now compared to 10 years ago. We can always question if that's the same Titor, and that is something I am questioning. Again, I wrote about that in my notes I just read. Is that we might be dealing with a completely different person other than the John Titor from 10 years ago, which would explain the differences in their behavior for sure. But if it's not, if that's not it, and it's still the same person, then the only thing there has to have been something that have occurred that has caused. Then there has to have been something that has occurred recently that's made them change their mode of operation, their behavior, as it were. But what doesn't make sense to me about that second theory is just the inherent danger behind what they're doing. If their mission is so important, given the nature of what their mission is, as they explained on the World Wide Web, you're dealing with a world government and a massive governmental entities that want complete and total control over humanity. And John Titor, who's trying to go back in time, allegedly, to stop CERN from developing the time machine and using the time machine technology to achieve complete domination over humanity, he would naturally be a threat to what such a world government would want. So they would try everything in their power to try to get rid of John Titor, or stop any messages or information that they don't want John Titor to reveal to the general public from getting out. And yet, here is John Titor right now. Yeah, there's just something off. But then again, now that I think about it, he technically already did just that with his first appearance 10 years ago by showing all the information and diagrams and photos of his time machine. So, he said he was leaving the world line that he was in 10 years ago before he disappeared. And now all of a sudden he shows up 10 years later here in the present and now has a very different attitude. So Yeah, the more I think about it, the less likely I'm starting to feel that this John Titor and the one from 10 years ago are indeed the same person, because if John Titor could effectively escape any potential pursuers he may have by just simply traveling to a different world line, then he could still theoretically be on the run. And if we're dealing with the same person, then then their change in behavior really just doesn't make sense. So, I guess for now, what I'm going to do from this point forward until I get more information to help me redirect my line of thinking, is I'm going to run with the assumption that the John Titor that appeared 2 days ago on the 28th in the game's timeline is a different person from the John Titor from 10 years ago. Anyway, going back to the topic, you not sticking to your story. So are you saying the Ebola-chan is like that delusion in Chaos Head at the hospital? Wait, me not sticking to my story? Well, actually, okay. Yeah. Actually, okay, who was it? Yeah, when Konkle mentioned Ebola, for some reason, in my head, I read it as COVID-19, which is why I talked about how I was saying. Yeah, because COVID-19 is a type of coronavirus. It's basically part of the same family as the flu and other similar diseases. So, which is where the name Corona-chan comes from, because it's an anime anthropomorphization of COVID-19 in particular, which was made, to my understanding, to be a joke poking fun at the whole COVID-19 thing. But yeah, I was basically joking that people overreacted to the very cute Corona-chan, where I said she was relatively harmless, kind of cute, but a lot of people around the world overreacted to the sight of her. But that was a mistaken assumption on my part, and so I went back and reread what Konkle said, and I realized he was actually talking about Ebola. And my little Corona-chan joke ended up falling flat on its face as a result. So, yeah. I know you meant Corona. Oh. Yeah, by not sticking to the story was simply about you saying that Ebola is a disease instead of a girl. Oh. Well, if there's one thing I can say about Ebola-chan, unlike Corona-chan, Ebola definitely does pack a mean punch as far as diseases go. And you most certainly should not take Ebola-chan lightly, under any circumstance. I think if nothing else, we can all agree on that. Are things he said... okay, let me go back and read this. So, let me read a couple lines. Many black holes. I'm pretty sure John Titor said his time machine used many black holes. Are the things he said about CERN true?
現実にそうなる可能性は
あるわねえよ。セルンが公式に否定してる。もし仮にミニブラックホールが生成されたとしても、エネルギー量はすごく小さいから生まれた瞬間に消えるね。地球を飲み込むなんて全然無理っしょ。
だが火のないところに煙は立たない。
Maybe the problem with their mini black holes was they didn't divide by zero first. I'm pretty sure if they divided by zero, the black hole would remain stable at that point and then swallow up the world. it would kind of look something like this. But actually, like, let me see if I can mute the audio for this. Config. Okay, so let me just silence this for a second. Okay, so I'm on YouTube. Good. Wie is Einstein? Yeah, it would look something like this. If they divide by...
Einstein!
I am smartest man in history of world! Ah! Da, this will work.
Son, I am disappointed.
When you get a chance, can you guys get me out of here?
This right here is what CERN should do if they want to create a stable black hole. One that won't immediately disappear upon formation. I feel like I can say that with 100% confidence. You just gotta divide by 0. Then the magic can happen. But where there's smoke, there's fire. If I remember correctly, Titor claimed that CERN began a time machine research in 2001. In 2034, they completed the time machine. Right now, it's 2010. If they actually started that research, it would have been 9 years ago. According to their official announcements, they only began experimenting in 2008. That's suspicious. So there's a 7-year discrepancy from our memory here. Interesting. Of course, that's assuming Titor's story is true. Some of John Titor's predictions were on the mark, but most weren't. I'm also perplexed by how everyone around me seems to have forgotten about Titor's 2000 appearance. There's something important in Titor's tale. Or at least I want there to be. I take out my phone and put it to my ear.
俺だ聞いて驚くな。悪の陰謀の匂いを嗅ぎつけた。ジョン・タイターとセル。その2つの言葉から俺が言いたいことは分かってもらえるはずだ。ああ、そうだ。奴らは機関とつながりがある可能性が高い。偶然だと？おいおい、あまり俺を失望させるなよ。何？根拠だと？そうだな。あえて言えばささやくのだよ。俺のマッドサイエンティストとしての直感がな。奴らは世界を滅ぼそうとしている。ああ、ミニブラックホールによってだ。だが もしもその技術を俺たちが横取りすることができたらどうかな。当然だ。俺は誰だと思っている。全てはシュタインズゲートの選択だよ。エル、プサイ、コングルー。
Yeah, I feel the same way, Daru. I feel exactly the same way. By the way, specific delusion I meant is the one with human version of Seira that sucks Takumi dry to turn him into 2D. And you said Ebola liquids you. Everything checks out. You know what? I think you're right. It does check out. I guess Seira-tan is actually Ebola-chan. In disguise. No wonder I don't like her so much.
お前は一体誰と戦っているんだ？
誰よ。俺たちのやるべきことは一つだ。
やるべきこと？なんぞ。
なんぞではない。引き返すな。そこは全てを組んでにやりと笑うのだ。でないとスーパーハッカーらしくないだろうが。
I wanted to say something like, well, why the hell not? So what's in it for me? And then we continue like this, grinning slyly the whole time. A week's worth of potato chips. 10 days. You sure are a glutton. Well, I won't argue with you there. The dive makes you a hungry man. Deal. Get started. Dive what? Off the diving board? The damn board would break under your weight. You got it, boss. Or something like that. Yep, a real cool conversation. But the real-world Daru just purses his lips.
オカリンはいつも説明不足なんだっつーの。かっこつけるより先に分かるように話してくれ。
Work with me here.
お前はスーパーハッカーだ。
ハカーって言うな。せめてハッカーにして。
あとは分かるな。
いや全然。
セルにハッキングしろ。
Daru stares at me in disbelief. Yeah, okay. Why not? Just try hacking into CERN's computers. Why not? I'm pretty sure they've only got, like, Windows 95 levels of security. I'm sure it'd be very easy for them, right? Right?
それはひょっとしてギャグで言っているのか？
ダル、お前ならできる。奴らの悪事を暴き、タイムマシンについてのヒントを手に入れろ。
Moeka! I'm busy. Never mind, it's Miuri again. That was actually a quick response. Thank you very much. Just hearing that from Ocarine makes me happy. Yay! I made her happy! There's my good deed for the day, chat. I made Sparky happy.
悪事ってオカリンの妄想だろう。
電話レンジカッコ仮をタイムマシンとして使えるようにするか、このままただのダ作としてラボの倉庫で眠らせることになるか、今が分岐点だ。
Totally not a crime, above a federal one. Well, yeah, definitely.
マジで言ってんの？
Since he, a Japanese citizen, would be trying to hack into the servers of a foreign country or international entity's servers, this would probably actually technically qualify as an international crime, no?
俺はいつでもマジである。
He'd be committing a crime against humanity. I look Daru straight in the eye as I answer. Looks like that made him understand my position. Daru sweeps the garbage off his desk and sits up straight.
どうなっても知らないぜ。
Suddenly, Daru is bursting with energy. It's like his earlier lethargy was a lie.
交渉成立だ。すぐ取り掛かってくれ。
うは、みなぎってきた。
報酬のポテチ1週間分はスイスの銀行に振り込んでおく。
Daru doesn't respond. He's already deep in concentration.
じゃあ俺は寝る。あとは任せた。
I lie down on the sofa and let the clacking of Daru's keyboard lull me to sleep. My keyboard sounds better. I got mail! Again! From Faris this time. Original sin levels rising to 108. Oh, wait. Is this what you wanted me to pay attention to, Liz25? Kyoma. When operating in the mundane world, you're supposed to be discreet, yeah? You don't want them to notice you. Remember, the summoning has taken 2,000... Wait... Oh, wait, Faris! Pink hair girl from the last episode. The one I like. Remember, the summoning has taken 2,000 years to prepare. If it fails, everything will be ruined. Although I suppose that might make things interesting. Yeah. What? Okay, so what do I say here? Click on 2000. Best girl Faris. Well, we got at least one person in chat here who thinks she's best girl. And so far, she's definitely taken the lead for me. But who knows? Maybe an upset will occur later on and someone else will end up being best girl for me. You never can tell, so 2000, what does this say? Is the church still devoted to that fool's errand? Even if they manage to resurrect their messiah, the humanity's faith is less than 17% of what it was in his time. Mankind doesn't need decrepit old gods to save them. Try telling that to Cthulhu. Okay, I want to check what these other ones are first. So, mundane world. Akiba, part of the mundane world? Nonsense. This town has belonged to chaos for centuries. As it shall forevermore. Discreet. Are you suggesting that I, the great I almost read as Houdini again. The great Hoin Kyoma, run and hide? You risk my ire, cat girl. And interesting, what's this one? What are you scheming? You know, for something that's called interesting, this reply is not very interesting. I think this qualifies as false advertisement, bird boy. Okay, so 2000. All right, per your recommendation, I will select this one. I hope it doesn't disappoint. I wake up to the twilight sun streaming in through the window. A refreshing breeze blows in, softly brushing my cheek. Daru's exactly where I left him before I fell asleep. He's sitting in exactly the same position. That chair cushion must be perfectly shaped like his fat ass. Just saying. Sitting there that long, eventually your chair will take the shape of your ass. I speak from experience. INB4, Large Hadron Collider as best girl. Well, it's just him responding to interesting part. Not that his reply will be, yeah, I get that, and I'm just saying his reply was not interesting. It totally does not live up to the choice selection in question. It was not an interesting reply. Not much has changed besides his typing speed. Oh, now he's muttering to himself. I guess he hasn't had any success at hacking yet. I look around the room, but I can't find Mayuri. Maybe she's not coming today. I guess food-related grudges really do run deep. Well, given what I just promised her, she shouldn't be holding a grudge at all. Not that I think she can. I still don't think that, but you know. I stand up and stretch. I don't want to bother Daru, so I don't say anything to him. I take a cold Dr. P out of the fridge and quench my thirst. Then I throw myself back down to the sofa and start browsing @channel on my phone. And what perfect timing! Titor is currently posting the thread. Okay, so what are you gonna say this time, Mr. Titor? Let me get my notes ready, because I have a feeling I'm probably gonna be writing some more stuff down. All right. So on 7:30. Titor claims, or Titor on... Yeah, you know what? I'll just leave that blank for now. Let's see what he's saying first before I start writing stuff down. The Everett Wheeler model is correct. Please look it up to learn more. Everett Wheeler model. What's that? Okay, let me write something else. Okay. Everett Wheeler model. Alright, got that written down. Let's see what that is here just a bit. It seems you're all still clinging to preconceived notions of time. Time does not simply run from past to future, like a car on a one-way street. Well, I mean, isn't your time machine a car now? To be more specific, the laws of causality do not allow contradictions to occur. If the result of an event, the effect is changed, the event itself, the cause, also changes to prevent a paradox. That would explain then why my email to Daru that caused a time shift to occur disappeared then. But wait a minute. Okay, I think I'll write this down. Titor claims that the laws of causality do not allow contradictions to occur. If the result of the event, the effect is changed, the event itself, the cause also changes to prevent a paradox. Okay, so that's why there are so few people who can observe changes in divergence. But here's the thing, though. We did observe contradictions, because if what we made was a time machine, then us witnessing the banana fingers return to the hand of the bananas then would be a paradox by this definition, wouldn't it? Same for when we in an earlier experiment tried microwaving the chicken, only for it to come back frozen. Wouldn't those count as paradoxes? Divergence being the world line's perfect difference from the standard. Die, troll. You claim to be a time traveler without any proof. Stock trends, please. I'm counting on you, Mr. Time Traveler. If you can't observe changes in divergence, then how can you possibly measure it? Oh, I know. Your time machine has a magical device that measures it for you. Lol, 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 lol. Oh, and you still haven't explained how a research institution conquers the world. Details, Plox. It's the VLR model. Oh, wait, you're talking about Virtue's Last Reward, aren't you? Are you? The model is the all possibilities many worlds theory. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's, yeah. I think I remember that. I think, yeah, that's kind of how it works in Virtue's Last Reward and by extension 999, isn't it? Okay, yeah, so it is Virtue's Last Reward. Okay, so that's the model they use. Okay. Now, I'd be willing to bet, given how thoroughly detailed 999 and especially VLR liked to go when explaining its time travel mechanics and other such stuff. I'm positive that I'm pretty sure I heard the name in that game at least once, but I think the reason why I can't remember it is because that game also throws a whole bunch of other information on you as you play it. That's just difficult to keep track of it all. But like, I understand the general gist behind how a lot of the actual time travel in that series works, but I have trouble remembering the names of specific theories and other things like that because, well, number one, it's a name thing, and I'm bad with names, like I keep saying, and number two, I think it was a concept that was probably only mentioned once or twice in VLR, so it didn't end up really sticking out. It didn't end up really sticking out in my mind as much than if some other details were repeatedly hammered into my head. Anyway. Oh noes! Humanity is doomed! What the science done, JPEG? LOL. News responds seriously to troll thread. This Titor guy's a shitty troll. And there's me! Don't you people have anything to offer besides insults? How about contributing to discussion, plebeian scum? If you assume that time doesn't flow in a straight line, then the idea of time travel is much easier to swallow. In such a scenario, a time machine traveling to the past doesn't need to fight against the flow of time. I say Titor's points have merit. By the way, Titor, I'd like to know more about CERN. What can you tell us about their current activities? Well, here's the thing. I don't know if they will tell us. If they are indeed a different person than the Titor from 10 years ago. This should be very interesting to see how they respond to our inquiry. Tell me which horse wins the next Emperor's Cup. I'll bet my entire life savings. Everett Wheeler Mall equals many worlds interpretation. Basically, that means parallel worlds. Yeah, okay, so it explains it here, okay. Guess I didn't need to write down that name after all. Between this and, you guys in chat helpfully informing me. What's with all the stupid name tags? This Hoin Kuma is more annoying than Titor. Well, fuck you too, asshole! You call yourself John Titor, but you're fluent in Japanese. Writing in English would at least make it seem more realistic. You can't do English, can you? Can I ask you a favor, Titor-san? My mom died last year in the Shibuya earthquake. Oh dear. The earthquake, the third to melt. If I stop my mom from leaving home, then I can undo her death. So please, lend me your time machine. You're gonna believe this time traveler, lol, without proof? Are you an idiot? No one seems particularly interested in what I said about time not flowing in a single direction. But I just asked you about that. That's proof that your preconceptions are deeply ingrained. Honestly, it bothers me that you simply accept that as truth. I'm starting to understand why CERN was able to take over so easily. Whenever a major event causes divergence to change, the timeline is reconstructed to prevent paradoxes from occurring. For example, let's say that a major event causes this world line to diverge into a new world line. Let's call it World B. On World Line B, I'm afraid to say, @channel never existed. As the timeline is reconstructed, all of your memories of reading and posting on @channel will disappear, to be replaced by memories of you doing something else. In other words, by changing the present, you change the past. I wrote about CERN yesterday. The only thing I can say is that you must not believe their lies. They have already succeeded at creating micro-black holes. Okay, let me add to my note here. By changing the present, you change the past. As the timeline is reconstructed, all of a person's memories of an event that was erased from the timeline also disappear along with the event itself. And in order to prevent a paradox, memories are created of the person having done something else in place of the event that was lost to time. Now, what else was I going to say here? Okay, there was something else I wanted to write here. What was it? Okay, I guess maybe not. Maybe. Well, if I already forgot, it probably wasn't important. What Titor is saying is if a past is changed, the timeline is fixed retroactively, so it gets changed by something more natural instead of by a time traveler. Yeah, I get that. I'm just writing it down from my own notes, so that way I can just remember what this Titor here is claiming here, because right now I'm running under the suspicion, the belief, that the John Titor that we're seeing posting right now is not the same one from 10 years ago. So right now, I'm trying to keep track of important points that he's saying here, so I can look for any contradictions I might get presented with later. Honestly, I don't think I can remember it mentioning that name specifically. Well, again, I would be surprised if VLR did mention it. Did mention it at least once. But again, the problem with remembering a lot of stuff from VLR in general is that it throws a lot of information at you, like I said. So it's pretty hard to keep track of a lot of actual concepts that are introduced, especially if they only name the thing in question like once or twice. Uchikoshi loves lore-dumping conspiracy theories and pseudoscience. 8% of which so happens to be true in his works. Talking about the guy that made the Zero Escape series, right? Yushona Okabe. Okay. Which of the games have you played in the Zero Escape series? I played 999 and Virtue's Last Reward. I started playing Zero Time Dilemma on the 3DS a few years ago, but I'm still in the beginning stages of that game and I haven't picked it up since. So that game, I'm still very early in it and I haven't finished. Have you tried the VNs Ever 17 and Never 11? Those are on my radar, and I do have an interest in checking them out. But apparently, the recent versions of those particular visual novels that they released recently have bad translations or something in them. Going by what I glance at Steam reviews and things of that nature. So right now, I'm just waiting to do a proper sit down and see if I can find maybe a fan translation or something of those games that actually has a much more accurate translation for them, and then see if maybe I can get my hands on those versions instead. But I have yet to acquire either of those visual novels in any way, shape, or form. And needless to say, I haven't played them. That actually made me sad. What made you sad? What's making you cry, Liz? Speak to me. I'll hand you tissues. Makes sense. If it's a new timeline, you effectively got brand new people with different history. Well, yeah. I think that should be a given, really. I try them out myself. Oh, I would totally recommend it. 999 Virtue's Last Reward were really fun. I mean, yeah, a lot of it's pretty hard to figure out if you're somebody that's not into a bunch of pseudoscience, or at least trying to understand pseudoscience. But I would argue it's definitely worth it if you've got a brain for that kind of thing. Okay, so here's me replying to Kiri Gohan and Kamehameha, Mr. Dragon Ball. I desire only to quench my intellectual thirst. Unlike you closed-minded fools, I will reserve judgment until after I've heard what Titor has to say. And then I will make contact with Titor and acquire his time machine for myself. The great mad scientist, Huin Kyuma, will have the last laugh. Suck it, sleazebags! Tell me stock prices or fucking die. I won't believe until you tell me. Are you really so greedy that you're willing to sacrifice a man's life for money? Shame on you. That's not reconstructing the world, you idiot. That's altering people's memories. Who the hell can alter the memories of nearly 6.7 billion people? Do you even realize how stupid that sounds? I think I would have noticed if someone went and screwed my brain. Would you really be able to notice? Truly? Because your perception of your ability to perceive the world around you and the physical sensations that you experience, let alone non-physical, is dependent entirely on your brain being able to perceive them, those sensations, those things, and that is determined by your brain being wired in the correct way to be able to perceive these things. So if somebody goes around and does lobotomy on you or something, and does some really bad damage in there, I don't think you're going to be able to perceive much of your own thoughts, let alone perceive the world around you with any degree of accuracy. So, Mr. Dragon Ball, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry to say it, you just don't. The brain does not work the way you think. The brain does not work the way you think it does. And what does any of that have to do with the many worlds interpretation? Do some research. Uh-oh. The black holes are laughing! They've gained sentience! Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, okay, never mind. It's part of the same post. Never mind. I thought it was someone else that just took name black hole, micro black holes. What? Wait, the future is a wasteland? Now you're thinking Mad Max, Mr. Anonymous. Wait, that means I can be a road warrior and ride a mod buggy, right? Okay, you are talking Mad Max. I'm gonna go give me a mohawk. Anyone know where I can buy spiked shoulder pads? I checked CERN's homepage. Says they've been experimenting since 2009, and that's a contradiction with earlier information where they apparently been experimenting since 2008 or 2001. Can they really make black holes? What the hell's gonna happen? Does Titor have a mohawk? God, that's fucking moe. Mohawks are not moe. Are you implying our brains create the world? Well, if we were talking about Chaos Head and Noah pseudoscience, yes, they absolutely do. Are you saying the universe is a giant tree and we're the branches or something? Good enough analogy. That's some Evo level bullshit right there. Go back to 2036. Is this how you reply to a specific person? Thank you for showing me. Reconstruction of the timeline and alteration of people's memories. I think they're essentially the same thing. Why are you so intent on saying they're different? With a few exceptions, nobody can keep their memories across world lines. They are reconstructed along with everything else when divergence changes. What's a road warrior? Well, I don't have much to add as far as my notes go with this. Titor claims that the laws of causality do not allow contradictions to occur. If the result of an event, the effect is changed, the event itself, the cause, also changes to prevent a paradox. In other words, by changing the present, you change the past. As the timeline is reconstructed, all of a person's memories of an event that was erased from the timeline also disappear, along with the event itself. And in order to prevent a paradox, memories are created of the person having done something else in place of the event that was lost to time. Yeah, again, like I said, not much to add there, but it's something. That Dragon Ball fan appears to be recurring compared to our Anons. Yeah, I noticed that too. I'm kind of wondering if there's somebody we might know, or have yet to be introduced to. By making me sad, I meant that message about Shibuya Earthquake. Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, that made me sad too. Nerose is a bad man. Where's Sena from? Wait. Hold on, let me. Where's Sena from Chaos Head when you need her? Good, seriously. If there's somebody who could possibly be useful in this situation, probably it would be her. I'm immersed in a heated internet argument when an unfamiliar voice interrupts me. Well, look who it is. You are... Oh, what's your name again? Amane Suzuha, right? You're Amane Suzuha. The door opens and a girl peeks inside. I recognize her. It's the girl I met yesterday at the Brawn Tube workshop. When our eyes meet, she smiles. Ah, so that's why you're here. Okay. I was wondering why you decided to just come in here. Daru's typing gets even faster. Looks like he's in the zone. It'd be a bad idea to disturb him with our voices. I don't know, if more voices makes him type faster, why don't we get more people in here? I nod to the girl and hurry outside. Never mind, it's never mind, it's best girl Amane here. Well, that was a quick change of heart, Conkle. I think Faris would be very displeased to see this betrayal. Rika VA, which reminded me that I forgot to post. Oh, yeah, so Rika voices her? Yeah, I guess I can. I'm now starting to see why. I'm now starting to see why one of you made the Higurashi. Why the Higurashi X? Wait. Let me go back and check the chat. No, Higurashi Corpse Party. Yeah. Okay. I was right. So yeah, I'm starting to see why you guys asked Higurashi X Corpse Party crossover when. Yeah, Rika VA, which reminded me what I forgot to post. Rika and Okabe sure love Swiss bank accounts, which is funnier because both games got collab all things.
なんでコソコソしてんの？
What is this girl's name again? I think it was something like Aruma or More. Alright, Amane Suzuha.
今我が相棒である天才が重要なミッションを遂行中なのだ。邪魔をしたくない。
ふーん。君たちって何してる人？
We microwave bananas.
前も言ったはずだ。俺たちの秘密に踏み込めば貴様も危険に巻き込まれる可能性があると。
未来ガジェット研究所って言うんだよね。
Like you search for Higurashi's VA and there's just Okabe standing there. Well, I wasn't actually searching for her VA. I was actually looking for looking to make sure that I actually remembered somebody mentioning the Higurashi X Corpse Party crossover when instead of some other series, because for a second I confused myself thinking Steins X Corpse Party crossover, but I was like, no, that can't be right. So I looked back on the log, and well, sure enough, my initial memory on it was correct. It was Higurashi.
なぜ知っている？俺は説明した覚えはないぞ。まさか貴様、機関のスパイ？
I raise my guard and spring into praying mantis stance. But Suzuha just stares at me blankly.
下のポストにそう書いてあった。
Joke's on you. She's a master of the praying mantis martial arts too, and since she's a lady, guess what's gonna happen to your head?
そうか。
I lower my guard. Why didn't she just say so?
Hmm. 知られたからにはしょうがない。簡単に説明しておこう。ただし、これは他言無用だ。
Suzuha nods firmly. Is it just me, or are her eyes gleaming? No, it's just the art style.
世界を影から操る闇の機関に対抗し、その支配構造を破壊するために活動しているのだ。ふーはははは。
へえ。その闇の機関ってセルン？
Somebody's done their homework.
そうだろ。
おお、やっぱそうなの？あいつら抱きすべき連中だよね。
Were you hanging around outside my door, listening in on my conversation with Big Chungus? Shame on you, eavesdropping on people's private conversations like that. She nods to herself for some reason. And contemptible? I thought I was the only one who uses words like that in normal conversation.
なぜ？俺たちが今まさにセルンにハッキング中だと知っている。
ハッキング中なの？ 今
Me and my big mouth.
いいからこちらの質問に答えろ。なぜ俺たちとセルの関係を知っている？
Look, you can't beat the tomboy aesthetic. I'd like the petite cosplay Hello Kitty girl, but it's peed out. Well, I mean, hey, I do have a soft spot for tomboys, to be fair. But I mean, if I had to pick one body type over, if I had to pick the tomboy body type over, you know, anything that's got some actual curves on there, I know what me and my male lizard braid is going to go with each and every time. I'm just saying, if I had a choice between one or the other, and I do like me some curves. Gives me more things to squeeze.
それは。いや実は昼間話し声を聞いちゃってさ、ここに立つと窓から聞こえてくるわけ。
And I do have limits on the curves, by the way. Don't use this as an excuse. Don't use this as an opportunity to claim that I'm into big body love or something like that. I'm talking about curves in the right places. Hourglass. The shape that is magical. The shape that is timeless. Get what I did there? Calling the hourglass figure timeless. Because an hourglass is used to measure time. Haha, I'm funny. The window. Come to think of it, it was open, and Daro and I were talking loudly. I knew it! You were eavesdropping! But can you really hear us from here? You can compare abs. You can feel the grooves and rough edges of them. I mean, damn, boy. Ah, so you're not just into tomboys, you're into muscle girls too, huh? You ever heard of Fire Force? They have a few of those in there. The anime or manga series. That Fire Force. I look up to the second floor. The window's still fully open, but I can't hear a thing. I guess Daro's working quietly. For a second, I thought that we were looking at a two-story window, so I was about to ask, why is there a bike leaning on a two-story window? But after I looked for a second, I realized we were on the ground floor. I looked down. There's an unfamiliar bicycle parked in front of the Braun Tube workshop. Must be hers. One of those mountain bikes. Its frame is all sparkly. Its tires mostly clean. It's probably new. It looks pretty fast, but whose is it? Put two and two together, genius.
私、昨日からここで働き出したんだけど。
Suzuha opens the Braun Tube workshop door with a wry smile.
これが予想以上に暇でさ。今日だけで4、5回は外に出たね。客来ないかなーって店の前で索敵しちゃったね。
Reconneer. And there's a word you don't hear in casual conversation. That's a word I never hear in any conversation. I'm pretty sure it means to perform reconnaissance, to scout an area and gather intelligence. Yeah, that is what it means. Is she some kind of secret agent? You hear that, or she's a gossip girl. People like that definitely like to collect information on everybody's business. You a gossiper? I follow Suzuha into the store.
その時に2階から君たちの話し声が聞こえちゃったわけよ。気になってついネットで調べちゃった。セルンの黒い噂についてもバッチリ知ってるよ。
Damn. We were careless. Looks like we need to close that window when we discuss sensitive matters from now on. And here I was telling you to open a window because you complained so damn much about the humidity. I'm sorry, Bird Brain. It looks to me like I compromised you. Big time. But then again, it's your fault for following my advice. But if we do that, the lab will turn into a scorching hell. Again, it's already a hell, because you're in it. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
とにかく絶対に他言無用だぞ。
Suzuha sits on the bike while talking. Man, I have no idea who it belongs to. Okabe yells about his fight with the organization. Also Okabe. Pikachu face when someone overhears him. Yeah, that's the funny thing about large hams, I notice, is they have no concept, they have no understanding that when you act like a ham, everybody pays attention, because the ham is louder than the mouse. A ham's voice carries. Or else Men in Black will raid us.
あ、うんうん、わかった。これでも口は硬いから任せといて。
Where's Mr. Braun? I want him to show up here and see if maybe I can get maybe we can somehow get an unrelated tip or two about workout regimens. I want his muscles. Suzuha grins and thumps her chest confidently. All is quiet inside the Braun Tube workshop. The gigantic TV isn't on. Mr. Braun's not here either. No.
店長はどこへ？
たった今、君のテレビの修理が終わって出てったよ。
He probably went to see the chipmunk. Oh, his daughter, you mean? Yeah, right. He did call her chipmunk, didn't he? Luca! You made sweets! I baked cookies today. Are they chocolate chip or sugar? I had everyone in my family eat some and got their seal of approval. Would it be okay if I baked some for your lab friends, Master? Why, yes! Oh, and it would be great if you could teach me some more techniques with Samedari whenever you have time. Time machine? P.S. I managed 10 practice swings today. You can do it! You can get to 15! So what does time say? You mustn't depend on me. Remember, all things come to an end. Every meeting heralds a parting. I can't hide from the organization forever, and the seal on my arm grows weaker by the day. When I'm gone, you'll have to take care of yourself. What profoundly empathetic life advice you're giving him. So family. You sure get along with your family. How many family members do you have anyway? Daro keeps insisting that shrine maidens should come in pairs. And cookies. Well done. We warmly welcome your refreshments. In fact, you can come cook for us every day if you want. I even provide you with a maid uniform. I was going to go with this until you suggested the maid uniform, and I'm like, nah, we can't subject him to that shame. Not for your pervy gaze, bird boy. But then again, I'm morbidly curious as to what he would say. Actually, wait. Doesn't Mate Yuri also already make him wear maid uniforms anyway? Click okay, wait. Click family, it'll help you later. You really save some time later. Okay, family. So, family? Okay. Guess no cookies for me today. I hope you're happy, Liz25. I won't be getting any sugar tonight because of you. My precious cookies. The homemade kind, too. The best kind. Usually made with love. I have no love to ingest! He disappears during business hours every now and then. Whenever I ask him where he's going, he always says something like, I'm picking my beloved daughter up from school, or my beloved daughter has a cold, with a huge grin on his face. He dotes on her too much. Probably just annoys her. This is, do you see, this is so wholesome. How much he dotes on his kid, okay? Big burly muscly man doting on his little girl. Like, can you get more cuter than and more wholesome than that? Seriously. Anyway, just how irresponsible can you be to neglect work to see your... He's been... You got this backwards! Boy! Boy! Did your parents never love you as a kid? He used to put a back soon sign on the door whenever he left. But now he has Suzuha to take care of things while he's gone. Well, yeah, I mean... As long as he's competent enough at the job, why the hell not? He can afford to take a short break to be a goddamn parent? It's bad for your health. What, cookies? Well, yeah, if you ate like dozens and dozens of them in one sitting, yeah, they definitely would be. If it's like the occasional cookie or two, that won't really hurt you. Like, come on, man. Cookie up your life a little. Anyway, says the man that wants cookies now at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. for you, maybe. It's not 3 a.m. for me. Suzuha lightly taps the TV on the counter. Damn manager. I bet he gave it to us just so he could charge repair fees. Hey, it's like I was saying before. He's running a business. He's got to make money. Otherwise, the business closes. I reluctantly take a bill out of my wallet and hand it to Suzuha. He takes out a receipt. Apparently, it was already written out. Mayori. So that's what patronage is in Japanese. I learned something new.
まさか一人で持っていけと？
え？違うの？持ってきた時も一人だったんでしょ？
Now I'm picturing Rika from Higurashi working behind the counter of a convenience store right next to a cash register, saying thank you for your patronage, wearing a little service hat on in there and vest and everything. Don't you know it takes 10 times more effort to go upstairs than down? Defying gravity is no easy task, woman. It's only hard if you don't exercise or you weigh 400 pounds.
手伝ってもいいけど、そっか。もう力仕事も女がやる時代か。
She mutters, her tone pensive. Welcome to the world of equality, milady, where everybody gets to work 9 to 5s and work until they die and possibly miss out on retirement if the retirement benefits end up vanishing into the ether because world governments just spend everybody's money irresponsibly via taxation and all that fun jazz. She mutters, her tone pensive. Eden, welcome to the stream. Nipa, hi. I hope you're having a fantastic day. And holy shit, I got 10 people in here right now. I think it's been a while since I've had people. I had double digits. I wonder if it's a holiday for everybody or something. But either way, I hope everybody who's tuning in right now is enjoying the show. How sarcastic of her.
誰も貴様に手伝ってもらおうなどとは思っていない。というより、貴様のような女子に手伝ってもらうことなど、この俺のプライドが許さん。
Applause.
今の男らしいじゃん。私惚れちゃうかも。
Real sassy one, isn't she? Well, not sassy, but sarcastic.
騙されるものか。貴様、嘘をついているな。
え？なんで嘘って思うの？
それはこの俺の能力の一つ、カラーリングジェントルメンが反応したからだ。
I really have to read my messages before sending them, instead of Mocha them, because only after I wrote it I noticed that anyway looks like part of a lower message instead of the upper one. Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, we had a holiday today with Saturday tomorrow. Well, that definitely explains that portion at least. Nice English. Yeah, she's very fluent in it, can you tell? This power allows me to see through lies. Liars appear to glow red. Then they die. I don't know. I've yet to see a single red person while walking around anywhere, so that means everybody I've met so far is not a liar. Suzuha's eyes pop, but then she clears her throat as if to hide her surprise. When I nod, she whispers into my ear.
君みたいな能力者って他にもあまたにいるわけ？
いるわけがなかろう。この俺がスペシャルなのだ。
I'm so special, I am the last of my kind. I thrust my chest out as far as possible to display my majesty. I almost read chest as something very family unfriendly.
そっか、あまたにはいないのか。びっくりした。でもいるって時点ですごいな。やっぱセルンのせいで退化したのかな。
Okabe pretending to be a gigalomaniac. I don't think he even knows what the word means. Call it a hunch. So yeah, it was Okabe, but moving on. Yes, Okabe being Chuni. Gotcha. After muttering some nonsense to herself, she finally nods understanding. Wait, what'd she say? What do you mean aren't anymore where you come from? What are you talking about?
でもさ、戦闘になれば相手の嘘を見抜く力なんて意味なくない？やっぱ1000メートル級の長距離狙撃を命中させられるとか、いかに効率よく相手の関節決められるかとかの方が重要だと思うな。
If I had the choice between one or the other and only one, I would probably pick ultra fast reflexes. What the hell is she talking about? Is she a survival game otaku? So, what do we have here? Survival Airsoft survival game. A mock battle using air guns. Primarily played outside in the mountains. Participants generally wear camouflage. Not a bad way to spend a summer evening. No, wait. Don't tell me!
貴様、さては機関のヒットマンだな。ミス・ゴルゴというコードネームで呼ばれているだろう。誰に雇われた？
Miss Golgo?
いや、誰にも雇われてないし。っていうか、ゴルゴって何？
You know, given how long this thing's been going on, I'm surprised I haven't found a single new CG yet I want to use as a thumbnail background for the stream. So, in case I don't get one, here's what I'll do. I will... Actually, wait, I'll wait for her to open her eyes first. She's trying to gloss things over with an insincere smile. Her confusion is suspicious. That reminds me. I think I remember her saying some awfully disturbing things when we first met yesterday.
ちなみにさ、君の能力って他にもあるの？
Alright, now hold the pose. Thank you kindly. Now for me to finally update the damn thumbnail for this thing. Because it's starting to looked to me like I might not get a proper CG art piece for today's stream, so I might as well just use what I can, you know. And hey, it fits. We're getting to know know her a bit more, so why not, you know? All right, so we got this here. All right, perfect. Now for video details. There we go. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
あったとしても、俺を殺しに来たヒットマンに教えるものか。
君を殺しなんてしないってば。
己の能力を他人に教えるなど、自殺行為にも程がある。力は秘めたるもの。相手に悟られぬよう使ってこそ、初めて最大限の効果を得られるのだ。
So, your powers are most effective when using the element of surprise. In other words, you have the powers of a coward.
Catchy.
I mean, you had CGs of Daro's computer. That's not interesting to look at, though. Suzuha, on the other hand, she's at least interesting to look at.
なんとでも言え。
Burning tension runs between us. Our eyes meet. Invisible sparks scatter. All right, who's mailing me this time? Wow, look who it is. Miss Finger Extraordinaire herself. Por favor. Okabe-kun? I want you to reply to me already. I've been waiting, you know. And please tell me the Super Hacker's address when you can. If we don't get cracking, someone else might get the IBN 5100 first. Would you please just reply to her already? What do you got against her? Seriously. She wasn't that annoying, was she? Oh yes, she is perfect. You mean Suzuha? Well, we got two people here who definitely view her as best girl. So much so that where Conkle ended up kicking Faris to the curb the minute that she showed up. Poor Faris. This ringtone is starting to piss me off. Then change it! Actually, wait. It's my phone, so I can change it. So we're on this one. No, wait, no. No, I need male ringtone. So, what do I want this time? Let's do Gate of Steiner for now. There, happy? It's most likely from that male demon, Shining Finger. I can tell without even checking. This is getting ridiculous. Well, now you won't be able to know because I changed it. She's got some stalker qualities and maybe split personalities. Wrong one, Suzuha. Well, yeah. What? Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean, wrong one? You mean, well, okay, what was something I said here? Because, I mean, we got two people here who, I said the two people here who prefer Suzuha as best, who refer to Suzuha as best girl, and one person said it was Faris before Suzuha showed up, and then he changed his mind and said it was now Suzuha, so, I mean, call ringtones instead of the message. Oh. Well, I guess it's too late now, I suppose. Maybe? Well, let me change it too. Over this guy. Let's go over this guy. I shouldn't have given her my address. Nah, man, it's Kurisu. It's Kurisu. You're misremembering. Something's not matching up with my memory. That's for sure. Math ain't mathin'. You already changed it. Kurisu, best girl. We're up before you switched. Ah. Well, whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter. She's playing with something on the palm of her hand. It looks like a small metal pin. Anyway, how can she be this lazy on her second day? I love CRTs was a lie too, wasn't it?
なんか渋い顔してるね。死亡通知でも来た？
あ？
例えだってば。
Are you affected by a timeline shit? I must be, because, again, something's not right here. Maybe I need to go back and look at the log. Let me see something. Is there a way I can... No. Well, I found one message from you, Amonus, that I apparently forgot to read. YouTube really wants me to watch the new Amazing Digital Circus episode, but I'm not in a hurry. I haven't actually sat down and watched any of those. I hear they're good though. Well, I can't. Well, oh wait, there it is. Yeah, Konko, looks like you were right. Alright. Alright. All of you who were telling me I was wrong was right. I heard about someone missing Mayuri's message because of it arriving after Mocha's spam. Wait. Ruka is clearly the best girl. I mean, no, best girl. I mean, no competition. Now we're getting some proper disagreement in the chat. Let the fan wars commence. So, well, I mean, I don't see anything in here that I missed. Anyway, there was a line I apparently skipped. Just wondering, okay. Was she just wondering if I got a death notice? I mean, they didn't open the phone because they thought it was another Mocha for one, and didn't reply to it. Ah. I see. How could she say that with a straight face? What the hell is a death notice anyway? Probably another term for death flag. Do those even exist?
嫌な知らせでもあったのかって聞きたかったわけ。
似たようなものだ。
This girl is hard to get a handle on. I really shouldn't let my guard down around her.
IBN5100 というレトロ PC にやたら執着している女がいてな。
Oh, the music stopped. I guess the IBN 5100 is serious business for Suzuha. Suzuha leaps up as soon as I speak.
5100?
知っているのか？
You know. Oh.
あ、うん。
Okay, you seem uncomfortable with the topic. Is there a reason why?
そうか。IBN5100 の都市伝説は有名だったのか。
Maybe that retro PC is more popular with female otaku than I thought.
そうそう、都市伝説で知った。君はどの程度まで知ってんの
There was somebody on that channel that was asking about the 5100, wasn't there? And they weren't some anonymous person, but a named person. Am I remembering that right? I think there wasn't there? Was that you by any chance? Assuming my mind isn't playing tricks on me again? Takumi has those as one of a personal PC. Oh, you mean the 5100? Well, yeah, there you go. Go hunt down Takumi.
IBN5100 を実際に探し回ってみたが、結局秋葉にはなかったというオチは知っている。
Don't remember. Oh, wait, I remember. It reminded me of another thing from previous stream. Okay, I'll let you cook. Tell me what it is.
そっか。そりゃそうだよね。
何か知っている口ぶりだな。
いや、知ってるような知ってないようなって感じかな。私は知らないけど、遠い知り合いが知ってて、それをちらっと聞いたことがあるみたいな。
I'm having a hard time believing you right now. Another insincere smile. I'm starting to think she's not a very good liar. You can tell she's lying whenever she smiles like that. Don't tell that to Miss Nyanners herself. Daru said that Nineheart joined on the search for peace on PC and that he talked with Sister Centipede about, if I remember correctly. Sister Centipede was one of Takumi's guild members that chatted when he got Legendary Drop, if I remember correctly. Sister Centipede. Wait, is that the name of the person that asked about the IBN 5100 on that channel? Is that who I'm thinking about right now? If so, then, well, that'd be... Sure enough, she doesn't offer any other information. She just keeps that insincere smile plastered on her face.
貴様、何者?
Suzuha falls back down onto the counter with a deep sigh. She looks up at me from that position.
IBN5100 についてのさ、興味深い情報教えてあげようと思ったのにな。そんな目で見られたら教える気なくなっちゃった。
そもそも俺は IBN5100 になど興味はない。
I'm more concerned with CERN right now. Solving one of Akiba's mysteries won't change anything about the ruling structure of the world after all.
貴様を信用できる要素が一つもない。その面白い情報が真実であるかどうかもわからない。
うわぁ、そこまで言う？確かに私、挙動不審だけどね。
Well, at least you're self-conscious about it, or self-aware rather.
じゃあさ、教えないけど、ヒントだけあげるよ。
But I don't remember anyone asking it. I guess I could check first message chat. Well, if you want to, I mean, it's up to you. But I mean, you don't have to play detective on my account if you don't want to, because I mean, I'm the one that's got to keep track of all this shit. Which I'm trying. I absolutely am. I'm taking notes, for crying out loud.
そんで分かりそうで分からないもどかしさに身もだえちゃえ。実は IBN5100 には隠された機能があるんだよ。
A hidden function. That reminds me. I'm pretty sure that John Titor from 2000 said something like that. I thought it was... yeah, 2000. Never mind. Never mind. I thought I saw another contradiction, but no, there isn't any. I searched through my memories.
確か IBN5100 には独自のプログラミング言語がどうたらこうたら。
嘘！なんで知ってんの？なんで
I only vaguely remembered, but it looks like I hit the mark. I grin.
能力名サイズハング。俺は貴様の心の内を読み取ることができるのだ。
何それ？反則！
For some reason, Suzuha covers her face with both her hands. She opens her fingers just enough to peek at me. That's not enough to escape my power.
すべてはお見通しだ。Amane Suzuha。観念するがいい。
とにかく IBN5100 には隠された機能があるの。 AP エリアベーシックが普及する前に書かれた IBN の独自のプログラミング言語も解読できちゃうのってさ、驚愕だと思わない？
I am familiar with BASIC, but what's APL? BASIC. Short for Beginner's All-Purpose Symbolic Instruction Code. A beginner's programming language frequently used in the 1970s. And now... short for a programming language introduced in 1964. Actually, wait, maybe I did hear about APL before. But I know about BASIC for sure, as far as programming language goes. So it can decipher IBN's proprietary programming language, which was written before APL and BASIC became widespread. Now I remember. John Titor said the same thing in 2000. And right after that, an IBN engineer officially admitted to that function's existence.
今や IBN5100 でしか解読できない失われたプログラミング言語があったりするんだよ。
By the way, that secret function got confirmed after a Steins Gate released or after a real-world John Titor posts. Oh, that's cool. Well, given how enthusiastic you are about the subject of the IBN 5100 and apparently how knowledgeable you are about this little hidden function of it, I think that begs the natural question. At least in my mind it does. Are you so interested in looking into an IBN 5100 because you're trying to you want it to decipher something for you that only it can decipher? What did you call it? Let me look at the backlog. So, are you interested in trying to decipher IBN's proprietary programming language? The reason Titor traveled to 1975 to obtain an IBN 5100 was because he needed that function. Maybe Moeka wants to use it too. Or maybe not. Shine Finger doesn't seem like the type who'd know about that sort of function.
だから IBN5100 ってすっごくレアな PC なの。
By the way, you can basically check what 2000-year-old Titor wrote by checking him on the wiki, to be honest. Well, I also found a little ebook here that actually talks about John Titor. It's a little documentary-esque little book of sorts. So, I mean, I got that I can also look at too. Oh, found it. You found it? While talking, Suzuha keeps dropping her glance to the metal pin in her hand. She rolls it around her fingers. I guess that's a habit of hers. So IBN 5100s are super rare. Maybe if I get one, I could sell it for a high price. I heard that in the Resident Evil 4 merchant's voice. I'll buy it at a high price. Thank you. That could be a good way to raise research funds. But first, I have to deal with CERN. Ah, we got another thing. Yeah, what Okabe is saying, he said earlier that the Titor he remembers traveled from 2036 to 2000 to obtain IBN. It wasn't part of @channel, but Okabe's narration. Ah. Okay. Yeah. He did say that in his narration, didn't he? Many coincidences happen around Okabe. I know! He's like talking me in that regard. Kinda makes me wonder if Rintaro here is a real person. Getting kinda suspicious now. Titor appeared on American BBS instead, so you could mistake it with that channel. Let's see. Okay, so I need to take a quick bathroom break, so I'll be right back in just a bit. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Do you like the game? Oh, you mean Steins Gate? Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I mean, yeah, Chaos Head Noah definitely grabbed my attention all throughout, but I'm definitely liking the vibe of Steins Gate more so far, I'll say. There's just something about... Yeah, it's just... The narration, the way it hooks you in right from the get-go, along with its visual presentation, soundtrack, everything about here just feels like, so far at least, to be a step up from Chaos Head Noah. Not to say, and that's not me saying that Chaos Head Noah was bad or anything. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I will say, so far, Steins Gate is just doing an even better job hooking me in with everything it's doing so far. Kind of makes me excited for the other science adventure games. Seeing what unique little tricks they got up their sleeve. Noah had more songs. It does? Well, let me see something. Okay, so if we're talking pure numbers in regards to just music tracks and not necessarily dedicated songs like Fake Me or anything like that. 45, right? Yeah, we got 45 here for Chaos Head Noah's OST. So Steins Gate has even less than that. Huh. Well, as long as they're all good and not too repetitive, then I guess it doesn't really matter that much. Anyway, we got a John Titor thing here, so let's see what else I can write down about you. Okay, so life in 2036 is very different from what it is today. Wait, most people live on farms, growing their own food. Well, I'm liking it already. All forms of commerce and communication are restricted. There's no travel, no internet, no railroad even. Most people never see another town, let alone a city. There was a term I've heard about... It's not smart city. What? Well, I think it's... wait, maybe it's smart city? The concept of a smart city I'm thinking about? The idea that I think it was like a couple years ago or something like that, where I remember hearing the concept of a smart city thrown around, where just like with where the basic idea is to basically automate an entire city to such and design it from the ground up to such an extent where every conceivable little every conceivable service that you could possibly want to interact with for any reason whatsoever would not only be within close distance of each other, but the entire city would be designed and structured in such a way to where everything would effectively be automated and self-sustaining, meaning that you wouldn't have to ever leave your city, the smart city in question, if you want to survive. At least I think that's the general gist of what a smart city is. But yeah, this kind of reminded me of that a little bit. At least from what I vaguely remember of the whole idea. But I also remember at the time thinking that, even if I don't exactly remember the specifics all that well, thinking that the whole idea behind a smart city sounded kind of dystopian to me. Because I think along with the concept itself here, there was also talk being thrown around here in regards to restricting people's freedom of movement. I find it funny. Okay, smart city is the one that uses technology. The thing about about not having to leave was something else. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I had a feeling I was getting that wrong. I had a feeling. I like Steins Gate OST more, although I love the character songs and Fest Chan more. And Amona says, I find it funny that Noah is an expansion re-release and could have been even better, but it had to work with the original game's vision. Well, I mean, I would have preferred it to be honest. If you're going to go back and remake something, is to try to stick to the original game's story, vision, or creative vision, what have you, because at that point you might as well just make a new game. I mean, I get the idea behind. I mean, I'm not inherently against the idea of reworking an earlier installment in something to such an extent where it could effectively be an entirely new entry that's just taking place, and that's just taking the place of the old thing. Like, I'm not inherently against the idea on principle, but I mean, but something like that is usually just very hard to do successfully, I feel. Like, take video game remakes or remasters, for example, where in the case of a remaster, you port a game over to, like, say, a modern gen console from like a previous generation or two, or what have you. But when you take the time to actually look into the technical aspects of the port in question, you find that there are some missing graphical effects that took advantage of the games of the console hardware that the game that was ported over to the new hardware took advantage of. Like, one example that comes to the top of my mind is Metal Gear Solid 2. There was some colorization and visual effects in Metal Gear Solid 2 that took advantage of the PS2 Emotion Engine's particular hardware in order to render them in a very specific way. And one particular scene I'm thinking about off the top of my head is the very beginning of the game when you start it and Snake sneaks onto the tanker, and his stealth camo gets busted when he lands on the tanker. You see his little device spritzing and shortening out, the lightning effects and everything like that. But you also see that the rain that is falling around him is also lit up here, but it does it in a strobe like kind of effect here that pans from left to right as the device is shortening out from the impact. Fast forward to the Metal Gear Solid HD collection, which was made for the Xbox 360 or the PS3, and you play the PS3 port of Metal Gear Solid 2 via that collection, and you view the same thing side by side. You notice that the rain effects for when the device shorts out around Snake is severely toned down, and the general lighting is different as well. But on the flip side, the actual in-game models of character models and environment models and everything is a lot sharper and a lot more crisp. But that's because it takes advantage of the PS3 and Xbox 360's higher 720p resolution at the time. But you could still upscale PS2 games via things like PCX2 and all that here, and clear those and clean those up that way as well, while still maintaining the original visual effects that were present in the original PS2 version of that game. But my point is that either due to poor programming on the porting team's part, or because of hardware difference, in the case of some games between the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and the PS2, certain effects were not able to be rendered properly in the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions of Metal Gear Solid 2. So the visual effects end up looking different, or in worst case scenarios, absent entirely as a result. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen as far as ports go when it comes to comparing a remaster of a game and its original version, but it's one example of a game port that I can think of off the top of my head where there are some problems, with the HD port, if you really take the time to look deep into it and actually actually understand it. But at a glance, nothing seems wrong, and for the most part, it was a port that actually ran and looked pretty well across the board. So it's not the most offensive example I could think of a remaster losing some aspects of a game's original visual identity when being ported. Now let's move on to straight up remakes. Well, I mean, I feel like I'll have less to say about this one here because, well, with remake, if you're going to be straight up remaking a game rather than remastering it, you're going to be changing something about the thing on a fundamental level, from its story, its plot, its visual identity, gameplay, what have you. Something that works as the foundation for the original game is going to, by necessity, be changed because you're remaking it. And I feel like there are a lot of game remakes that in recent years that come out that end up losing very important foundational pieces of the original games that they're remaking when being translated into the remakes in question. So there are a lot of games that they basically, the best way I can put it is, and they modernize a lot again. They modernize a lot of aspects of the games that are being remade in question, but they often choose to either change things on a design level or leave certain things out from the design of the original game that were integral to the original game's identity, either on the gameplay level, its visual identity, its story, you name it. More often than not, a lot of remakes end up losing important foundational aspects to those games, and either in subtle ways or significant ways, depending on the game in question, they end up feeling very different from the original game, looking, maybe even playing very different from the original games in question. One example I can think of off the top of my head, I have yet to play it myself, and I still intend to, but Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2's remake that came out recently does not use preset camera angles like the original game does, or instead it uses an over the shoulder camera perspective, which you manually control and fully control. Whereas the original Silent Hill 2 didn't have a camera system like that, and it was much closer to the first game's camera system, which in turn was meant to act as a slightly more controllable camera that more closely emulated classic Resident Evil's camera system. That, on a fundamental level, changes how you play the game because you have complete control of the game's cinematography at that point while you're actually playing the game. Whereas with Silent Hill 2, if you're in the middle of gameplay, you're not watching a cutscene and all that, most of the time, what you see with the game's camera is dictated by the game itself, and you have very little and sometimes no control at all over what the game is visually presenting you with. So this allows the original game to control the cinematography, much like how you would watch a movie, really, where scenes will change frequently in between transitions in order to draw your attention to very specific things that the director would want you to pay attention to. So, the most simplest way I could put it is, the original Silent Hill game in terms of gameplay, because of its old camera system, plays more like an interactive movie, whereas with Silent Hill 2 remake, which I can see just by looking at gameplay footage and trailers, plays something that's more akin to your average third-person modern-day action game. Like, think your Last of Us and things like that. I feel like that's the stupidest change that the remake of Silent Hill 2 made from the original Silent Hill, because that original camera direction, I felt played a very integral part in that game delivering its story and horror. Because a lot of Silent Hill 2, the original's gameplay and story delivery was actually told through environmental storytelling and camera direction and things like that. But if you have complete and total control over the camera at all times when you're actually in the middle of gameplay, if you're talking about the remake, then any details that a game designer may want you to focus on, they'll either have to find other ways to draw your attention, like maybe highlighting the items in the game or what have you, or they're just gonna have to pray that you'll notice certain little details on your own and you won't end up skipping them altogether. And trying to get you to notice things like that in other ways, and with a gameplay system camera like that, could potentially bring its own problems that on the immersion level. Like, say, for example, you want to highlight items in the game's environment by making them glow or something. If you're playing a horror game, that's going to take me out of the immersion because it's going to look and feel gamey to me at that point. Whereas with the original Silent Hill, the only way you'd be able to find items in that game is the direction that James Sunderland turns his head. The items don't really stand out in any particular way outside of that, unless you're really paying attention to the environment or you're paying attention to where the character is looking. But at least with that, it feels more immersive because you have to actually really look for and find the items in the original game. Either using James's sense of direction to help you, or just paying very close attention to what you can see in the environment whenever the camera allows you to. And that's just, and all this whole thing is just talking about the camera. I'm not talking about anything else between the Silent Hill 2 remake and the original game that I could tell just by looking at trailers it does differently, like cutscene direction or things like that. But I'm not going to get into that right now, but I think I basically made my point with the whole remake and remaster things. At least I think I did. I hope I did. Is that... Yeah. I've gone on long enough. Again, I hope I got my point across with this long tirade of mine, and hopefully I didn't bore you guys to tears. Yeah, Chaos Child is... Yeah, okay, yeah, right, we were talking about Chaos Child. Yeah, Chaos Head. But, yeah. In the case of Chaos Head Noah, I think it was probably for the best that they mainly just stuck to the original vision of that game while only retroactively adding things to tie it into the rest of the series, because that may have... not bode well if they just effectively made a whole new game rather than just rework the entire story from start to finish. I don't know. Just my opinion. I don't have problems as long as they're only adding stuff. Yeah, well, it depends on what they're adding. Only good remake is Resident Evil remake for the GameCube, like 20 years ago, and maybe a few here and there. That game is the one game that everybody who's familiar with it seems to agree is an example of a video game remake being done right, because there's next to no cut content in that version whatsoever, and what they do change around only ends up enhancing what was in the original game originally, that the directors and everything wanted to go with back on the PlayStation 1, but for one reason or another simply were not able to. From hardware limitations to time restraints, because there was content in the original Resident Evil that was supposed to be in that game originally, but it had to be cut due to time constraints, from what I understand. Think the whole Lisa Trevor subplot line that's in remake that was introduced in that game. That was apparently supposed to be in the original Resident Evil, but was cut because of time constraints. And that's just one example off the top of my head. But yeah, Resident Evil 1 Remake is pretty much the one example that everybody seems to agree is an example of a video game remake being done right here. And I agree with them. Which makes me wish that most developers that choose to remake old games would just follow that Remake 1's example and just do what they did with whatever game that they're working with. And if they did that more often, I would have a lot less problems with remakes being such a prominent thing that's being made these days. Same with remasters. Like, if they could just simply properly do proper ports on the technical level that just completely preserves all the game's features, its visual identity, all that stuff, I'd have less problems with so many remasters being made too. But they just half-ass it. In the case of remasters, and in the case of remakes, a lot of important parts of the original games that they're remaking end up getting lost in translation, or intentionally omitted altogether in order to appeal to modern audiences, as it were. Which, at that point, why not just make a whole brand new game? Reminds me of P4 and P4G, where Golden removes TV. Oh wait, you're talking about Persona 4, right? Crash Bandicoot didn't really change anything. You mean the Crash? You mean the Crash trilogy they released for PS4 and all that? I liked Silent Hill 2 remake for what it was. At least the cutscenes turned into quite an impressive story. Well, again, I haven't actually sat down and played it yet. I'm going to eventually. Assuming that YouTube and any other video sharing site here that I may try this with here doesn't force me to drop everything because they want my personal identification and all that. Yeah, assuming nothing happens with this channel or anything by the time October rolls around, I'm going to definitely be playing Silent Hill 2 Remake around that time here as part of the Halloween season and all that. I think it would be a perfect time as any here to finally give that thing a shot. So yeah, I mean, I am going to play it. But I'm just basing my opinions on the game so far from what little I know about from behind the scenes information that developers have said in interviews, and with the trailers that were released before the game's released. Everything I have to say about Silent Hill 2 Remake and how it compares to the original is coming just from that and those little bits of information alone. And you know, of course, what I've been able to see from gameplay clips and all that here, which were also part of trailers. I'll form a proper opinion on Silent Hill 2 Remake as both a game and as a remake to Silent Hill 2 when the day comes I can eventually sit down and play it from start to finish. I'll make a definitive opinion on it then. But for now, based on what I have to work with on it, this is basically the issues I have with it right out of the gate. Is I feel like it just wasn't, in the case of the gameplay and all that, changing the camera perspective from its original to a third-person over-the-shoulder thing is just not a good move, because I have seen so many games with that camera style and have played my fair share of them over the years. It's just going to make Silent Hill 2 Remake feel very samey compared to a lot of modern games, in my opinion, and that's just going to annoy me a little bit. I would have been more impressed if they just simply stuck with the original game's camera direction, so that way it will feel more like the original game when you're playing it, and it would also stand out from the crowd because rather than adopting the same exact camera system that damn near every other AAA game is using nowadays, it's actually using something that for a lot of people may look or feel archaic, just to stay true to the original game's presentation as much as possible. I would have respected Bluebird Team more if they did that, but I don't know. Maybe they were mandated to do third-person thing by Konami. Who knows? Who can say? But again, that's just my opinion. OG Silent Hill 1 is at least gonna get a big upgrade if it's a remake compared to number 2. Well, I sure hope so. Here's hoping the alleyway hits the same, but I doubt it. I'm so tired of yellow boxes and ledges in games. Oh, don't even get me started on that topic. I mean, some YouTube people I watch here have actually made dedicated videos complaining about the topic, and they pretty much say everything that I could possibly want to say myself on the things. Like, okay. Well, I would bring it up here, but right this minute, but I'm afraid that if I try to hit the escape thing, I might end up skipping something here that I can't look at the backlog. So let me put a pin on this topic here. So when I get to a spot where I can pull up the menu, I can redirect you guys to the most recent video I've seen on the topic. I can at least tell you the name of the channel I've seen it from. It's called Under the Mayo. So yeah. I'm so tired of yellow boxes, Legends and Adventure games. Oh, but accessibility for players who never played 3D games before. Well, that's a problem with the level designers, as far as I'm concerned, because just yeah, don't get me started on this. I'm already going off on a big enough tangent as it is. I'm not even playing the game right now. And I haven't been for, what, 10 minutes at least? 15 maybe? I'm a chatterbox. When I get going on stuff I'm interested in, what can I say? Final Fantasy VII Remake, putting remake into heavy air quotes. Yet another topic you probably shouldn't get me started on. But yeah, my first message after Smart City. Really grief your remake opinion. Before you even arrived at the exact point in detail. Well, I'm glad that you and I got at least one person who's one mind on me. Sometimes I feel like I'm going crazy when it comes to the people I actually interact with when it comes to topics like these. Because when it comes to the actual people I converse with, when it comes to the topics of remakes and remasters, I seem to generally be in the minority with this stuff when it comes to my opinions, and it just makes me feel alone at times, you know? Anyway, enough chatterboxing from me. Let's actually continue. I'll try to keep my mouth to avoid looking at at least responding to chat for at least a little bit. Besides, I need to get going soonish anyway, so I might as well just focus on story stuff for now. So about 20-ish minutes. So let's see what we can get done in 20 minutes. I'll at least read what you guys are saying for now, but I'll properly respond here in about 20-ish minutes when I'm getting ready to close today's stream. Okay, so yeah, we already read half of his things. Science continues to advance, of course, but the vast majority of people do not benefit from that progress. Technology belongs only to those chosen by CERN and the Committee of 300. It's very peaceful, at least on the surface. There's none of the conflict you see in this era. There's no war. How's that possible? How did CERN resolve the situation in the Middle East? To be fair, if you can get wars and conflict in the Middle East to stop entirely, given the fact that such things have been going on for literally thousands and thousands of years straight, with no end in sight, that would be a very, very, very remarkable achievement. To be fair. What have you got against world peace? Sounds to me like CERN's doing humanity a favor. This Titor guy stole a time machine from CERN, didn't he? He's the bad guy here. Die in a fire, terrorist scum. Now look, stealing something at the very just makes you a thief, not a terrorist. The world in 2036 is governed by CERN. All nations, even America, fuck yeah, have disbanded their armies. So how exactly do they keep the population from rebelling then, if they have no armies to try to suppress people anywhere on the planet? To put it simply, civilization has turned to an 18th century level of technology and exists under a communist system of government. Except now, that system works flawlessly. Right now, you should be asking yourselves how that is possible. Yeah, I certainly am. How does a system of government that collapsed in the 20th century exist without any discontent? The answer to that question is the reason I am here. Yes, I am a terrorist. There are others like me who fight against CERN. We think of ourselves as the resistance, but there is no denying that our actions are a kind of terrorism. Anyway, I want to hear more about the many worlds interpretation. You said it's been proven by 2036. How? I knew you were a terrorist. How many have you murdered? What if my kids are among them? Maybe I really should kill your father. Protect the future. Stop being around the bush. Give us answers. You're one of those old men who participated in the student riots, aren't you? Fill your head with a bunch of bullshit and now you can't tell delusions from reality. Am I right? I assume that Anonymous here is referring to the student riots in Japan from, what, the 1970s or something, if I remember right? Delicious nationalist tears. Lol. CERN probably figured it out. They've got a time machine to experiment with, right? Okay, so 650. At 650, so you're responding to this guy right here. Okay, here we are. Get back here. Oh, so, wait, I'm replying to him. Okay, I thought it was John Titor that was replying to him. Never mind. That would make you know better than Titor. If you're willing to face the consequences, then go right ahead. Titor, question. Did World War III take place as scheduled? Why did you come to this particular time? Did you find an IBN 5100? Is John Titor plugging for the commies? I thought that went out of style years ago. Unfortunately, no. I thought Titor was crazy, but this Huing guy is even crazier. Get a room, guys. Yeah, bird brain is kind of crazy. World War III. LMAO. Isn't there supposed to be an IBN 5100 in Akiba? Okay, now we got John Titor reply. As I've already explained, my goal in this time is to change the future. I'm posting here to warn you what's going to happen. Perhaps convergence will render my efforts meaningless. But if even one person pays attention, that's enough. Yeah, I have been paying attention, but you haven't replied to me. What the hell, man? I'm practically your biggest fan. Notice me, senpai! World War III? Is that something I said on a different world line? I'd like to talk to you in private. Wait. Okay, 312. Is he talking to me? Is that me? 312. Let me look. Go back up there, you son of a bitch. Where's 312? Guess not. Where is it? Okay, I guess I can't find it. Maybe I'm blind. Maybe that's not the only thing that's wrong with me. Maybe my brain's not the only thing that's wrong with me today. Maybe it's my eyes, too. World War III. Okay, wait, so I think he is replying to me. Is that something I said on a different world line? I'd like to talk to you in private. Please email me when you have time. Of course, if anyone else would also like to email me, feel free. Serious inquiries only, please. All I've been getting is hate mail. Here's my address one more. Wait. You don't know about World War III? Let me look my notes. If he actually mentioned World War III before, and I was stupid enough not to write that little detail down, I'm gonna be very cross of myself. Please tell me I was not stupid enough to not write down World War III in my notes. Son of a bitch. I hope that's not what happened. Okay, good. Okay, okay, good. He didn't mention it. I'm not going crazy. Again, still reading your guys' comments. I just won't be properly responding to them until I'm closing up. Still reading. 20 hours have passed since Daru started attacking. Night gives way to a refreshing summer morning. I glance at Daru while browsing @channel on my phone. He's fidgeting even more. Now his legs are like pistons. His knees move up and down in harmony with the rat-tat-tat of his keyboard. The rat-tat-tat. And thank God that didn't actually do anything that I didn't want to do. Because that would have been serious egg on my face if it did. Daru hadn't slept in about 40 hours, but he still won't get off like a... Jesus! 40 hours? Staring at a screen? My God, man! You really do not take good care of your health! I was going to ask him if he'd like a break, but his entire body is exuding an aura that says, "Don't talk to me." I curl up a bit and turn to my phone. The guy's worse than me whenever I get in a creative mood. Jesus. My discussions with John Titor just aren't making sense. Not even Titor himself seems to know about the Titor from 10 years ago. Which again feeds into the theory I'm currently going with right now, that the John Titor from now and the John Titor from 10 years ago may very well indeed be different people. Which then I suppose begs the question, if they are different people, then why is this John Titor trying to impersonate the other one? Or at the very least claiming to be John Titor, having the name John Titor. It's hard to imagine that everyone on @channel is conspiring against me. You're not that special. You're just like Takumi in that regard. But how else can I explain it? Out of options, I decided to email Titor directly, just as he told me to. He audaciously exposed his own address on @channel. I guess that's his way of saying bring it on. Alright, we got him in the phone book. In my email, I questioned the differences between his posts now and his posts 10 years ago. Okay, I guess we're just gonna ask him directly. This should be interesting. See what he says. The current Titor hasn't even acknowledged the latter. I only vaguely remembered them, but they basically went like this. In 2015, World War III breaks out. Many people die. In 2036, the world is contaminated from nuclear warfare. Okay, so by nuclear wasteland. Okay, okay. John Titor travels from 1975 to obtain an IBM 5100. The IBM 5100 was necessary to revive technology lost in World War III. The IBM 5100 has a hidden function. The ability to read IBM's proprietary computer language, which predates APL and BASIC. but only certain IBN engineers are aware of that function, so it does not appear in the manual. In 1998, Titor meets his younger self and his parents in America. And he touched himself, but didn't explode. John Titor was a soldier who volunteered for this mission. John Titor is an American. Furthermore, in 2000, Titor correctly predicted the outcomes of some future events. The Peruvian coast earthquake, why did I say cost? Earthquake in 2001, the election of a new pope, the outbreak of the Iraq War, China's advances in space, and so forth. Though we only talked vaguely about each one, they all come true. On the other hand, other predictions went unfulfilled. For example, the Y2K bug, Civil War in America, the cancellation of the Beijing Olympics, the inauguration of America's first female president in 2009. So... Well, this prediction turned out to be wrong in retrospect, huh? So, the Y2K bug. The year 2000 problem. Popularly known as the Y2K bug, or simply Y2K. A term referring to when, at the turn of the 21st century, there was a concern over the possibility of widespread computer failure when the year 2000 began. In order to save memory space, old operating systems almost always abbreviated years to the final two digits. Hence, when 1999 was changed to 2000, the last two digits would change from 99 to 0. It's kind of funny how we still in many programs and even written documents still use this particular system, even though we don't really need to, with memory capacities now, as it were. Kind of funny that. However, if its programming didn't anticipate that change, the computer could erroneously assume that the year was 1900. Because of this, it was rumored that computers in the military, financial, and government sectors might malfunction and cause worldwide catastrophe. To address this, countermeasures were taken in the mid-1990s to manually update every program. As a result of those countermeasures, the year 2000 problem was averted. Fun fact: the Y2K problem is actually a relevant plot point in Metal Gear Solid 2. I won't go into any details about it, if there's any here who don't want spoilers for that, but I just thought I should mention that, because that's where I first learned about this stuff, was Metal Gear Solid 2. Way back when I was a schoolboy. When I was still a wee little crotch fruit. There's more, but let's leave those aside for now. I'm going to ask him why those predictions didn't come true. Why have you changed your story? Okay, wait. Sorry for the sudden mail. Okay, good, I can scroll down. This is how you described yourself 10 years ago. Why have you changed your story? Also, most of your predictions from back then didn't come true. If you're from the future, then why didn't your predictions come true? I'd appreciate a satisfactory explanation. Well, given how they didn't see fit to respond to the last anonymous person on that channel who asked a similar question, I would be kind of surprised if they decide to be forthcoming about this stuff. Alright. Let's send it now. If you can't answer to my satisfaction, the current Titor is an imposter. This is your litmus test, John Titor. So, what are your true colors?
Ohayo!
Please tell me you got some chicken. I ask because I'm actually starting to get hungry. Mayuri comes in. Looks like she's forgiven us for experimenting on her food. She's back to her usual smiley self.
こんな朝早くからどうしたのだ。
2人が2日連続徹夜って聞いたからね。差し入れ買ってきたよ。
Well, Daro certainly stayed up 2 nights in a row.
そうか。それはご苦労。
Though to be accurate, it wasn't 2 nights in a row. I took an afternoon nap yesterday. Mayuri starts fishing through her convenience store bag. And then she takes out...
じゃーん！おでん缶！
Sparky, this isn't chicken! I need protein! So, canned Odin. A canned meal sold in vending machines starting in the 1990s. Each can contains a hot broth with various Odin ingredients such as boiled egg, radish, konjac beef, and tofu. An Akihabara specialty. Okay, so there is protein in this. I forgive you. You're not on my shit list anymore. The canned Odin is still warm when she gives it to me. I open the lid right away and eat the beef. Give me the beef! Mayuri and I have been together for a long time, so she knows what I like. And when it comes to canned Odin, beef's where it's at.
マユシーからのプレゼントだよ。1個270円もするんだから大事に食べてね。
最近バナナや唐揚げは食べ飽きていたところだ。今後もこの差し入れで頼む。
さすがにしょっちゅうおごれるほどマユシーのポケットマネーは多くないのです。あとバナナや唐揚げはマユシーが大好きだから今後も続けます。
I consider saying you'll get fat if you only eat frozen foods, but that threat's not very effective against Mayuri, so I hold my tongue. Her high metabolism prevents her from getting fat, no matter how much she eats. Yeah. A lot of people would be very jealous of you just for that reason alone, milady.
あとね、他にもあるよ。はい、じゃーん。
Oh, there's more! Next, she produces a small box with Rhinet illustration.
ライネットソーセージ。あのね、おまけでウーパのボトルキャップがついてくるんだ。すごく欲しかったから買っちゃった。
Sausage does sound pretty good too, actually. She sticks out her tongue with a shy giggle. Someone tells me that in a few months' time, this lab will be neck-deep in Upa goods. Yeah, it'd probably look like Takami's little storage container. There are only a few things right now, like the cushion on the sofa, but that number is sure to grow exponentially.
で、ダル君はどう？
Well, you're gonna have to get the answer to that question answered another time, cause I need to now stop. It's getting late, and I should stop here so I don't end up having to go without food for the rest of the night. So, I definitely chatted a lot. That seems to be a running theme with this series so far, as I've definitely proved to be quite a chatterbox at this series. So, hopefully I didn't delay making progress too much with this. But I mean, hey, like I said in the stream description, we are expanding our social circle a bit. But the most important thing is we're now making contact with John Titor, so it'll be very interesting to see what they have to say when we come back to this. And on top of that, we seem to have made a time machine out of a microwave. Somehow. So, the possibilities for what may happen next time. they're there, and I'm very curious to see how they all play out. So, let me check out your guys' comments here for any that may be addressed to me, and then we're gonna stop for today. Or at the very least, yeah, just something worth responding to. Let's see. Imagine if Titor is an undercover agent looking for people in the know. Yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure who this Titor even is in relation to the old one. So they could be a bad actor for all we know. And what we just might have possibly done is open ourselves up here to influence from a nefarious force. Hopefully not, but I guess we'll find out the hard way one way or the other soon enough, won't we? Interestingly, people had recently had to work on the 2038 problem as Unix time also runs out then. But it'd be hard to update some legacy hardware. Oh yeah, Unix, right. The operating system. Not too familiar with Unix, but yeah, I am aware of it. I wonder how they're going to update their thing. As if she would ever be on your shit list. You would be a monster otherwise. Yeah, alright, you got me. You got me. Mayuri is an absolute sweetheart. She does not strike me as someone who could really do anything that could make me mad at her. And or if she did, I could not stay mad at her for long, because she's a little puppy dog. I mean, look at her. Who could stay mad at a puppy? You can read the server message. Those are 2 small images. I'm assuming it's for something else we checked. Nice stream for this evening. Thanks, man. Hope next time is soon. Also, Ruka's best girl. I hope so too. But like I said at the beginning of this stream here, I'm still dealing with a lot of scheduling issues. Again, mainly because of my damn day job. But fortunately, we got a couple new hires in here. So I'm praying that within the next few weeks and whatnot, my schedule will become a lot less filled to the brim with day job related stuff. So that way, it'll end up freeing my schedule. It'll start opening my schedule up a bit again, so I can actually devote some proper time to working on the channel, whether it be doing streams or, in the case of Lamination International, actually making videos for that series. Because I'm really behind on that one, and it's really bothering me, like nothing else. I hate my job. Can you tell? I need the money, I need to pay bills, but I really hate my job. Well, it's not gonna last forever. There's absolutely no way this can last forever. Sooner or later, things are gonna change, and I'm gonna have more time to work with. It's just a matter of when, not if. I know that for a fact. I just wish I knew so I could tell you guys. Just constantly sorry for all the frequent delays. I really am. So anyway, it's not what I thought about. Turns out, maybe you said it was Smart City. What I thought about was 15-minute city. 15-minute city. That's what it was. The 15-minute city. Okay, so you do know about what I was talking about, thank God. But yeah, that's what it was, the 15-minute city, where housing estate is built with it having most of the stuff and really popular here. If you have a job there, then you only need to leave for a hospital, etc. Its image with Moeka name changes and message 3 too. Kinda wanted you to check it on stream because it's kind of funny. Wait, it was possible for me to check that? Well, fortunately I can't. Okay, you were talking about the server thing on that channel, right? Yeah, on D server. Oh, Discord server. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out when I'll check it out a little bit later when I can get a minute. But yeah, I gotta get going and I gotta get myself some food and I gotta take care of something else too. But as soon as I'm able, I'll hop on Discord and see what's on there. So, okay, I think that's everything. So, tomorrow I'm also off. So. I don't know if I'm going to do a Higurashi stream or if I'm gonna do some kind of surprise title yet, or mystery title. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow for sure, but I'm gonna definitely try to stream something tomorrow. So hopefully, if all goes well and if nothing happens that forces me to do a change in plans, I will be seeing all you guys tomorrow. If you decide to check out whatever I'm gonna be doing then. If not, then I'll definitely see you guys next time for the next installment on Steins Gate. Again, I really want to see what John Titor has to say for himself, now that I'm actually talking to him directly, so I'm very curious to see what he has to say. So, with all that being said, I hope everybody who tuned in today at any point enjoyed today's stream. I most certainly did. And I will look forward to seeing everybody next time. You all have a fantastic night, evening, morning, whatever part of the world that you're in, and I'll see you all again later. Take care, everybody.